Okay, since we reassembled, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. Again, thank all of you for being here this morning. And there are some refreshments. Hopefully some of you got to share in that and meet with some of our volunteers and our Heroes in Human Service Award winners and a chance to mingle with them. So we do still have a very full agenda, and I know we have a number of off-agenda speakers. And again, I'm going to ask for your patience because we do have other items that are on the agenda that we're going to need to get to first. So, but we'll work to try to get that done before we take a lunch break, whatever time that is, to hear from the folks that want to speak off agenda on some issues that are important to you and other folks. Okay, with that then, let's go ahead and call the meeting back to order and call the roll to establish a quorum. We'll get started with our printed agenda. Thanks.
Okay, Supervisors Frost. Here. Kennedy.
Here.
Peters. Cerna.
Here.
Natoli.
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you.
Item 21, you are acting as the Board of Supervisors, also the Housing Authority of the County of Sacramento, and the Sacramento Housing Development Corporation. It's the 2018 Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency proposed budget.
Okay, all right, very good. With that, I see Lachelle Dozier at the podium, so Lachelle, I'll turn it over to you.
Good morning. I'm Lachelle Dozier, the Executive Director of Sacramento Housing Redevelopment Agency. So I have quite a few slides, but in the interest of time, I will be going through pretty quickly and hitting the highlights. So slow me down if you need to ask any additional questions.
I'm going to ask to slow you down right now. We heard from members of the redevelopment agency that the commission, not the agency, but the commission,
yes,
that they had a very short amount of time to review the budget, and they felt uncomfortable in passing it, and there were several no votes. And I know our staff hasn't seen it, and I'm wondering if we could put this off. I don't think you need your budget is a calendar year. I'd like to have a workshop on this issue at the Board of Supervisors, and then pass it, the next week, hopefully pass it. But I don't really feel prepared to discuss this in depth because I didn't even get a briefing on it, much less staff. So I don't know if anyone else feels the same way.
I could provide some clarification for the commission if you'd like, but.
Okay. Well, Lachelle, I think to the point, though, this is a calendar year adoption. You're here today to do a presentation. I know we've got a fairly full agenda next week. Could we re-agenda this for next week? Obviously, you were prepared to run through it. I know we got is there a way to do that and then allow the opportunity for staff review for any briefings that would occur? And again, I don't know how it works for your schedule for the presentation standpoint, but would that work, Mr. Gill or
So
Ms. Evans?
We're talking about the 14th?
Yes.
We can do 11:45, but the afternoon is full.
Okay, well, we'll have to, maybe have to work into lunch, but we do that frequently when we're in session. So would that be okay to put it over for a week and have that as a workshop?
Well, if that gives our own staff enough time to look at it and for, you and your executives to make the rounds with members of the board.
It's entirely at your discretion.
Okay.
That's still.
I guess, when's our first December meeting?
5th.
December 5th.
5th? And is there time on that agenda to
That's a
hear it?
better agenda, 11:15.
Yeah. Personally, I'd rather wait till the 5th, so we got a little opportunity to get our fingers into this.
Okay. Does that cause any problems with any fund receipts or anything? It doesn't?
No, we'll still be able to meet our deadlines because it is calendar year.
Right. Okay. All right. So if we did the 5th, I probably won't, we might have a workshop, but it needs to be an action item too, because again, we'll only have one more meeting after that. So
we can do both. I mean, we do the workshop and have action at the end if the board so desires.
Okay. Be sure you put enough time on the agenda, Madam Clerk, to do both of those things.
Okay.
Good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
So sorry to get you all prepared for today, and
That was.
I know you're so looking forward to a long presentation today.
Okay. So what time are we looking at? 11:45.
No, 11:15.
11:15 on December the 5th. So we did have one speaker on this. So in the event that we're not having a presentation, but Mr. Frame, Eric Frame, you'd signed up to speak to this item. So we're going to be holding this over until December 5th at 11:15. Eric, did you want to make any comments? You may not be able to return.
Yeah, I'll make a few comments anyway. That's probably a good idea because we should add some things to the budget of the Housing Authority over here. For instance, we need some truly affordable housing in Sacramento right now, because as we all know, there's a major homeless crisis going on. We have about 14,000 homeless in Sacramento County. That's based on the people, they registered for homeless when they signed up for food stamps. That was 13,562, but that was about last year. So we know that more homeless is rising at the moment. So I would hope, since we have this extra time, we throw in some tiny homes and perhaps go even farther and open up some of the vacant buildings we have all over the city and house some people for the winter, because people are dying out there in the winter. Last year we had about 100 people die this last winter. So if we could open up some of these empty buildings. I know some of the people that own these buildings, they're getting tax breaks for having an empty building. This makes no sense to me. We should give them tax breaks for housing our fellow citizens. Tiny homes have been working across this nation to help curb the homeless issue. Even over in Yuba City, they did a tiny home village. St. Louis, Seattle, Portland, all these cities have done tiny home villages, and they've helped curb the homeless crisis. So I know we can do it because it's possible to build tiny homes. I've seen it happen. You can look it up on YouTube. We have a problem with vacant lots in this city. So let's use some of those vacant lots to build the tiny home village. Let's just try one, let's try one experimental tiny home village. It'd be good PR for the city also. This city desperately needs some good PR right now. So let's try one tiny home village. Make note of it, please. Over 14,000 homeless, 100 people died last year. Winter's coming. Okay, it's already here.
Okay.
It's getting really cold out. People died last year. Let's house our citizens, please.
Okay.
Try tiny home villages. Try using the empty buildings all over this city. There's plenty of them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Okay. Okay.
So I guess I would move to continue this to December 5th at
11:15.
11:15?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to continue this item 11 to December 5th at 11:15. Nothing further. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you, Lachelle, and we'll see you back then. Okay, thanks. All right, with that, then we'll, we have item 22, and we have a request to speak on that as well, so.
Okay. Item 22 is the resolution of necessity authorizing an eminent domain action to acquire real property for the Gerber Elder Creek Channel Improvement Project from Betty Yadra Abella, located at 9548 Gerber Road.
Okay, Mr. Morris.
Good morning, Chair Natoli, members of the board. I'm Mike Morris with General Services, and I'm here this morning to introduce this item which recommends board approval for a resolution of necessity authorizing eminent domain action to acquire real property interests for the Gerber Elder Creek Channel Improvement Project. The drainage master plan includes channel improvements to Elder and Gerber Creeks. The plan specifically calls for these creeks to be deepened and widened, and will allow for the gravity drainage of future storm drain pipes, and are designed to protect future developments from the impact of a 100-year flood. The affected property being presented today is located at 9548 Gerber Road. The property size is about 1.11 acres and is improved with one single-family owner-occupied residence and several accessory buildings. The real property interest required for the project is approximately 15,513 square feet of drainage easement. Staff recommends acquisition of this easement for a drainage corridor as described in the resolution of necessity. There's no executed purchase agreement to date. Staff has spoke to the property owner on 2 occasions in February and March, and the owner seemed amenable to the agreement, but subsequent attempts to contact her, including 10 visits in person and 1 by phone, reaped no further contact as outlined in the history of owner contacts in your board package. We are seeking approval of the RON today to ensure that the project stays on schedule. However, we are continuing to reach out to the owner. In fact, just last week, we heard from the owner's attorney, who may be speaking here today, and have scheduled a meeting for next week to discuss the property. The county obtained an appraisal from an independent appraiser, and commensurate with that appraisal, we presented an offer to the owner. As required by law, the county also informed the owner of her right to obtain an independent appraisal, for which the county will pay up to $5,000, subject to certain conditions. And notice of intention to seek approval of the resolution of necessity today was mailed to the property owner at least 15 days prior to the scheduled hearing. If you have any questions regarding this project or the property, I do have staff here that can address those.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Let me ask board members any questions first on this. All right, stand by. I don't have a speaker form in front of me, but I did have a request submitted in advance to the chair's office and to the clerk from Mitchell Abdallah, the attorney of record, I believe. Is Mr. Abdallah here? Okay. You want to come? Did you? Yeah, come forward. Yeah, Mr. Abdallah, please.
I'm Mr. Abdallah.
Just stand between the two of those. That'd be great. Thanks.
I'm Mr. Abdullah's clerk. He just sent me here to observe. And
okay. So we're understanding from Mr. Morris that you're trying to arrange a meeting with Mr. Abdallah next week.
Yes, we have a meeting scheduled next week.
Okay. So is there any other information you wanted to offer for
no.
the record?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right. Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you much for being here. Okay. Anyone else wish to address item 22 on the agenda? All right, seeing Mr. Kennedy.
Move staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay. All right, it's moved and seconded to approve staff recommendation. If nothing further, then please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here. All right, then we're going to go then to item 23.
Item 23 is the report back on potential use of Mental Health Services Act funds to support additional services for individuals with serious mental illness who are experiencing homelessness.
Okay, Mr. Gill, any opening comments?
No, I think Dr. Heller has a presentation, and she's going to walk you through the staff report and what our recommendation is.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Heller, once again.
Good morning. I want to first set expectations for the presentation. The presentation is not a discussion of the homelessness issue generally, and I'm not going to deal with issues of how to get developers to put up affordable housing or how to get landlords to accept vouchers or any of those things. The task that I've been given for this morning is narrower, and it is to assess whether or not there are Mental Health Services Act funds available for the county to increase existing mental health treatment services that would serve individuals who are homeless and who are living with serious mental illness. And if such funds are available, to make a recommendation to the board from staff of actions that the supervisors could take to make use of those funds. There's a lot of complex material here, but the short answer is yes, such funds are available, and we do have a recommendation. So if you'll bear with me, I'm not going to give a dissertation telling you all about the Mental Health Services Act. There are people here who know more about it, probably, about that act. But I do want to give you just a few basics so that you can understand some of the detail. The revenue that we get from the Mental Health Services Act is divided into 5 components. I'm not going to go over all the details of all of them. But the bulk of the money, as you can see here, is in a component called CSS, or Community Services and Supports. The rules, by the way, this is where most of the treatment, especially the treatment for adults, is in this component, mental health treatment. And about 80% of the annual funding we get outside of the innovation component. The bulk of, you could say 76 cents of every dollar, it doesn't matter. The bulk of the money is in community services and supports. There are other smaller components. There's a prevention and early intervention component. Both the community services and supports and the prevention and early intervention have in the law a 3-year window for spending the money, so that does not revert back to the state. Prevention and early intervention is generally, those funds are spent to deal with childhood trauma, adverse childhood experiences, and in Sacramento County we also have a very successful project for young adults that provides early intervention at the first psychotic break for somebody with a serious disease such as schizophrenia. There is an innovation component. These are time-limited projects that last up to 5 years. If the project is successful, and if the desire of the board is to sustain such a project after the innovation period, then it has to be sustained by other funding. The management guidance that we have always been given is that in this county, it's our policy that we don't generally undertake innovations or new grant proposals and so forth unless we have a plan for sustaining them should they be successful. Not a requirement of the law, but certainly of our policy. Briefly, here are the other two components, capital facilities and technology needs. I want to make clear this is a small component and it's not enough to do housing with. It's generally for technological innovations and workforce education and training. All of these short-term, limited-term funds, if the projects are to be sustained, are generally sustained with the community support, the CSS section or component of the Act, of the revenue. All right, a few things about management of Mental Health Services Act funds that I think will clear up some of the misunderstandings that may have been created based on earlier documents. All of the funds that the county has are being spent within allowable time frames. And the way this works is that, generally speaking, about 1/3 to 1/2 of the revenue on hand at the any given year we spend in the subsequent year. Sort of a first in, first out. We always spend the older money first. So if you're spending 1/3 to 1/2 of the money in any given year, you're going to spend all of it within the allowable 3-year time frame that applies to the majority of the components. That means that there is no reversion risk, no risk of having to pay money back to the state for the vast majority of the funds. Certainly not any reversion risk of the money having to be paid back to the state in the community support component. The general point I'm trying to make here is to correct any impression that was left in the past that we are accumulating aging funds, old funds, and then more the next year, and then more the next year, and that the old funds are building up. The closing balance at the end of any given fiscal year, and the way we've been managing the funds to date, represents about 2 years of operating expenses, in addition to the allowable prudent reserve. I think that's an issue worthy of discussion. 2 years of operating expenses in the bank at any given time is in fact more than a prudent reserve. It's somewhat high. County staff recognized this about 2 years ago and began working with the Mental Health Services Act Steering Committee to expand programming and added programs such as the Full Service Partnership for Transition Age Youth, a plan to extend the urgent care center past its innovation period, and so forth. So I think there is an acknowledgement that the balance on hand, which represents about 2 years worth of operating expenses, is high, unnecessarily so. Last point I wanted to make about our management of MHSA funds to date is that there are no funds reserved for long-term obligations. There is no cash on hand in an account that is reserved for obligations that won't come for a long period of time. So in particular, for example, mention was made the last time there was discussion of MHSA of some $36 million or more that would be needed to support treatment services for No Place Like Home, which is a program that hasn't begun yet. To clarify, there is no reserve, there is no cash on hand that is being held for that purpose. Similarly, but with a little more complexity that I'm going to describe, there is no reserve, there is no cash set aside now for the long-term obligation of refinancing existing permanent supportive housing units. And I want to come back to that in just a minute, because there's some complexity associated with that one. When we project the future, what can we afford going forward in MHSA funds? We note, and I'm going to show you in a moment the numbers so you can see this for yourself and don't just have to take my word for it. In the future, we are projecting operating deficits starting in fiscal year 2018-19 and continuing. Now, by operating deficit, I mean that the incoming revenue is not enough to cover the ongoing expenses in any given year. The plan then is, in fact, to spend down the fund balance. Now, we can change assumptions. There's assumptions that we'll be quite transparent about. So we've assumed a 2% increase in revenue each year in the planning, the projections into the future. And one might quibble with that and say, oh no, the millionaires in California are doing really well, and we expect more tax revenue to be available to this program. Similarly, we might challenge the expenditure assumptions. The expenditure assumptions, I'm having trouble with that word, let me try again. The assumptions made about expenditures going forward show what we have budgeted, and one might quibble with that and say, well, you never spend as much as you've budgeted, so there's going to be more revenue left at the end of the year. We have tried in these projections to make some conservative and some reasonable and some generous assumptions and be transparent about those. So, for example, we haven't shown revenue enhancements, adjustments that might be made by the state, but we also haven't shown any reduced revenue for No Place Like Home when that reduces the revenue by about an expected 7%. A lot of detail here, but the point I'm trying to get across is that the assumptions we've made are transparent, and the projections would change if you change them. When you see the projections, these are things that are not included. We have included no expenditures for No Place Like Home, treatment costs, and no revenue reductions for No Place Like Home. We have shown no additional mobile crisis teams. So you know we have 4 of those operating now. We have requests from other police forces such as Elk Grove and Rancho Cordova. We've shown no funding for that kind of an expansion. We note that our funding for the staff, the clinical staff, the navigators that we've placed in hospital emergency rooms, at the jail, and at Loaves and Fishes will expire this coming July. And in our projections forward, we have shown no expenditures for continuing those services. So if we're going to continue those services, we still need to look for funding for that. We have shown no additional services in these projections for foster children and youth. And we have some expectation that there will be a demand for such services as we try to find foster families who will take some of our most troubled children. We have not shown any funding for the sustaining of the proposed new innovation project, which is a public-private collaboration, multiple counties, hospital-based crisis stabilization unit. And we have not put on any of these projections that we're showing you today as you, for your knowledge as you consider what to do here. We've shown nothing outside the MHSA budget. But some of the proposals on the table will, in fact, increase expenses elsewhere in the budget. So, for example, as we identify more adults with serious mental illness, we will find that there's inpatient hospitalization costs associated with their needs, and none of those are shown in the Mental Health Services Act projections because they would be funded by realignment or general funds. Now, I've said what we haven't included. Here's what we have included, and I said I would come back to the refinancing of the existing permanent supportive housing units. We have included in our proposed expenditures in the MHSA plan that already exists, that the board has adopted, $5 million a year for 3 years, for 3 years, that would be expended by the county, not held in a county reserve, but expended to SHRA and/or the California Housing Finance Agency for the purpose of refinancing the existing MHSA permanent supportive housing units. So it's in the expenditure line. It's over 3 years, total of $15 million is there. That's in the existing plan, and we continue to show it. I want to take just a minute and talk a little bit about what we mean by refinancing. Refinancing is kind of an odd term, and I wish that wasn't the word, because it communicates something that isn't quite right. When you think of a refinancing, you think about like redoing your mortgage to get a better interest rate. That's not really what's going on here. There's 2 things going on. There's a recapitalization of the housing units so that they can be maintained, air conditioners can be fixed, floors can be replaced that have warped or something like that. That's a capital. And there's also a capital operating reserve. And that's crucial to our success with putting up housing for needy individuals like the ones we serve in the mental health program. The operating reserve is used to pay the difference between the rental cost that the developer or landlord must charge and the Social Security or other income that the person with mental illness has. So the Social Security check might not cover the actual cost to operate the unit, and the capital operating reserve fills that gap. So it's those two things that we mean by refinancing, right? Capital to take care of the buildings and the operating reserve. The first commitment, I do think this came across, the first actual commitment for the refinancing must be made in 2021, and then it stretches out in time across that. Now, these are estimates of what will be needed for the refinancing or the recapitalization and replenishment of the operating reserve. And it's an estimate. It could change. For example, if more housing vouchers became available for people living in these supportive housing units, then the need for operating reserves would go down. So there's some flexibility, and other work that you'll be doing is relevant to how much of this we'll need. But I wanted to get across that $15 million is in the planned expenditures. The reason we left, we gave, I want to say with that, the staff working on this gave thoughtful consideration to whether to leave that $15 million in the recommendation. And we left it there for two reasons. One is that if we don't set aside money for those recapitalizations, there'll be a big $20 million demand farther in time that will probably require general fund to keep these units operating. That one's pretty obvious. But the second reason we didn't is that if you take that $15 million and invest it in services and programming in the short term, over the next 3 years, and don't put it in this plan to recapitalize the buildings, the programs you put up with that $15 million will be unfunded after 3 years, and there wouldn't be a plan to sustain them. Also, in the projections, and I'm telling you all this because if you want to move it around, you'll know where your opportunities are.
Sure. Dr. Howard, can I just get a clarification? Just because the chart that's in the staff report, to your point about, and I think you made clarification about operating revenues versus refinancing, but if I read the chart that's on page 7, which I don't think is in your PowerPoint, it shows that the first one that would come up for refinancing on that part of the ledger would be actually refinanced in year 2023. 2021 requires a commitment, though. And so I guess I'm understanding your point about if you start other things and then don't have funding to carry forward. So I guess what I would take from this, though, that very little of this $15 million that's currently budgeted would go to refinancing, because you only have two projects that are going to be called out for in 2021, and if you're operating on 3 years in, 3 years out relative to the flow of money, then I guess I'm trying to figure most of this money would be for the operating capital program support versus refinancing.
Well, we use the term refinancing to refer to both. Recapitalizing the buildings for improvement,
okay,
and
so
the
you're talking
operating
about
reserve.
improvements to the buildings. So
right. So it goes into both, and the extent to which it's used for either purpose, the capitalization or the establishment of the replenishment of the operating reserve, varies by unit, by operator, and so forth. I think that the larger concern about not doing this with the $15 million isn't, and the reason the staff didn't recommend diverting the $15 million is not only that you would have to come up with general fund to do these refinancings at the time, but more likely that the $15 million you'd invest in programming would be done in the 3 years, and there would not be funds to sustain the new programs you'd put up, and you'd have to roll them back.
And I just want to get clarification, because you've said it a couple of times. It was in the staff report, it was alluded to, and again, I don't want to interrupt your presentation, but as it relates to use of general fund, I mean, there are a number of sources. Obviously, general fund can serve as the backdrop for any particular issue, and again, it's called upon very heavily, as we all know. but it's not certain that the general fund will be called upon. I mean, again, you have the ability, depending upon flow of monies and a variety of things, and certainly truing this up in any given year, of actually looking at where you were, and so that not everything between 2021 and 2028 is going to be potentially a general fund exposure. I guess I don't necessarily see that as being the case, and tell me if I'm wrong on that, but that general fund kind of puts a scare into folks on this side of the dais, because then you wonder whether that competes against sheriff and libraries and parks and human services and on and on and on. But there's no, we have to watch this very carefully, I think.
Forgive the double negative, but you're not wrong.
Yeah.
There is no, you're correct that when the refinancing comes due, or when the $15 million would run out and we'd have to find funds to sustain the new programs in 3 years, it would not necessarily be required to use general fund.
You might cut programs, you might do something else, you might find another source, but you're going to be faced with a question.
Correct.
Yeah.
We could cut other programs. That is correct. If we and I used to think that there was a likelihood that we could use realignment in such a situation. However, since the state diverted the growth in behavioral health, mental health realignment to deal with the IHSS program, I think there's virtually no growth expected in behavioral health realignment that could substitute. The staff recommendation is as it is because the management guidance that we've always operated on is don't start a new program if there's a likelihood that in 3 years you're going to you may need general fund to sustain it. Okay. And that's the management rule we've used. Obviously, you're the Board of Supervisors. You have the discretion to say here's an exception to the rule if you choose to.
Right. No, and I appreciate it. I guess I would just maybe, for purposes of kind of categorize this very simply, that it's certainty versus some degree of uncertainty, although there's uncertainty in a lot of things we do when it comes to budgeting, and again, we want to be prudent about it. Talking about reserves, but also how you plan for it. So thanks for your explanation.
I'll show you the numbers so you can understand the level of certainty. And I wonder if we could go to the overhead projected, because nobody's going to be able to see that chart. So we're going to try something else. Can I talk from this microphone and be heard while I'm over here?
Sure.
I'm glad I got a manicure. So here's a couple of things I want to illustrate from the points I just made. First of all, here's a year-end fund balance for 1 year. It doesn't matter what year it is. I'm trying to illustrate a point here. Great, thank you. And you see that in the subsequent year, there's 111 in the fund balance at the end of the year. In the subsequent year, the expenditures are some 46 million. So this illustrates the point that I was trying to make about how in any given year we spend a third to a half of the funds on hand, and that's why there are no funds that last more than 3 years. So that's the first point that's illustrated. The second one is to look at the projected revenue and expenditures, and you can see that beginning in 2018-19, the expenditures exceed the revenues in each of these years, which is why you have operating deficits in each of those years. This is in the existing plan with no changes. Now, that being said, what you see is that the unspent funds are going down. That was the intent. I think there is an acknowledgement of all of us that having 2 years' worth of operating expenses in your fund balance is excessive when there are needs currently in the community that we should be meeting. So you see the fund balance going down, but not to zero, even in the projections, which is why the staff is saying, yes, you do have funds available in MHSA to put up additional services for individuals with severe mental illness who are also homeless. These fund balances that I'm showing you, which are not zero, but which are going down, are in addition to the prudent reserve, which can be accessed when the state pulls a trigger having to do with the economy. So what else can I tell you about these? Here's where in these expenditures, the projected expenditures in these 3 years include $5 million a year that we paid to SHRA or the Housing Finance Authority for the coming recapitalization and replenishment of the operating reserves for our existing housing. So there's your $15 million that we do not recommend diverting for the reasons I've explained, but I'm trying to be transparent about what's
No,
there.
Appreciate it. We have a couple of questions, Dr. Heller, too. Supervisor Frost and Supervisor Cerna, probably on that chart, so.
In the years 18 through 23, where we begin to run in the negative, that does not include the No Place Like Home, approximately $17 million that was described in your report. Is that correct?
That is correct. There are no planned expenditures anywhere in these projections for No Place Like Home. And similarly, there's no reduction in revenue shown. We expect possibly here or possibly here to see about a 7% reduction in revenue, because that's how the state is funding the No Place Like Home. So we've shown neither here.
But so for No Place Like Home in 2021, it's an added $4 million. In 21-2, it's 6.3. 22-3, it's 6.3. So in theory, the end deficit is $17 million more, plus the Navigator funding. How much? You said our Navigator funding ends in 2018. What is the amount of the Navigator funding?
I don't have that at my fingertips. I have knowledgeable staff here, and I think before you vote, there's lots of people who want to testify.
Right.
We'll put our heads together and answer that question before you have to take action.
But also then the urgent care, which is an added $3 million that'll go into CSS, that will be an added cost on the community services side for a continuing program. Is that correct?
The urgent care continuation in CSS after the innovation period is over is in these expenditure lines. So we have accounted for that.
It is included?
Yes.
Okay, but a new innovation program will come. Will added funding come for a new innovation program?
Should we receive approval for the multi-county crisis collaborative, that's a partnership with a private hospital system, that'll be funded for a while out of innovation. It would have to be sustained with community services funds, but it's outside the period of this chart. So that sustaining of that project would come sort of out here. It wouldn't change. It wouldn't change this number.
The No Place Like Home, we had intended to use MHSA funds for that. That can be used for the No Place Like Home refinancing.
That's correct. Well, I wouldn't call it a refinancing there. The No Place Like Home requires us to make a substantial commitment of treatment dollars for the people who would live in the new housing. So that's the implication there, is we would need to put up a new treatment system for these folks. Although I would go on to say that, to be clear, that the same people who might benefit and need services for No Place Like Home are the people we might be serving in the programs we're proposing to put up now for homeless individuals.
So if you didn't put away that extra $5 million each year, and you actually spent more up front, how much time would you need would there be a way to say, you know, we don't want the general fund to be backfilling MHSA. We want to utilize the funds prudently and maximize what we can get out of them. How much time would you need in order to have a heads up that you're going to have this need for funding? I mean, is that what you planned on? Is that the time you need, or could it be done in a shorter period of time? Or is that just kind of gambling because you don't really know what your revenues are going to be each year because they fluctuate?
I think the answer is a little of each, to be honest. The plan is not to have any ambiguity there, to put this $15 million aside. We've already put $5 million aside. That $20 million is about what we need to replenish the capital according to our estimates. If we don't have that plan in place, then as we approach the refinancing period, we would have to be assessing our fund balance, setting aside funds within the 3-year window, right about here. to begin putting aside funds to make sure we have them available, or we would have to go to general fund or realignment or some other source. What we don't want to do is have those projects fall apart. They're serving hundreds of
And
people.
then, okay, and then lastly, during our budget discussions, we talked about the foster care continuum and the possible need for more funding. We said we're going to give $3.6 million, but we may have to give more. We anticipate there's going to be more coming. Were we planning on paying for that through this funding, the MHSA? And is that included in these numbers?
It's hard to bend over. I'm going to go to the other mic. In our initial planning for changes in the foster care system associated with continuum of care reform, child welfare, continuum of care, we had really counted on mental health realignment funding for most of the support services that the foster children and the foster families would need. Given that the state diverted health realignment funds significantly for in-home support services, it'll either be general funds or MHSA that we will need. And we had planned we had begun our planning looking at MHSA funds for the foster youth. Even in our recommendation that we're making today, and the staff is recommending additional services, substantial additional services for adults with severe mental illness who are homeless. We are counting on the PEI, the Prevention and Early Intervention component of Mental Health Services Act funding to support the foster children, but I think everybody knows from other stories how much difficulty we're having placing those children and wrapping them with all the services they need so the foster families will take them. So it is a source of genuine concern.
So, but if we do include more up front because we have this need, and then it could potentially take funds that we would have had and require us to use general funds for the foster care continuum. Is that correct?
I think that's an accurate conclusion.
And then in just for now, the final question is, it seems like, and tell me if I'm wrong, you can say we're going to have a 75-bed facility with wraparound services, and you can appropriate money for that. But making that happen doesn't always, you can't just snap your fingers. In fact, you could throw a bunch of money out, you could appropriate a bunch of money out there the first year, but not be able to bring that to fruition because you just can't get it done that fast. Is that correct? Correct assumption? So just because we appropriate the money doesn't mean we're going to be able to get it on the ground and running and working that fast. I mean, we approved our initiatives, homeless initiatives, and allocated an extra $12.2 million just a couple months ago, and those are still, we're trying really hard to get those in place. So it takes time.
It certainly is true that it takes time. I know that I have had conversations with the county purchasing director about when we can expand behavioral health services with existing contractors as opposed to having a whole new procurement. Those discussions are happening, and given the sense of urgency, I think it's hard for me to predict how fast we can get such services on the ground, but we're in discussions now about how we can expedite.
We have existing facilities, so if we did allocate more funds up front, do we have the infrastructure to put it to work to really do what we're being at to help out in this way? Can we put it to work because we have that infrastructure? We already have the building. We can add more wraparound mental health services. Is that the case? We have room for expansion?
Most of the services we're talking about here are not residential, so I don't really think of them in terms of a building. But certainly our programs and our contractors, knowing the need, would be highly motivated to deliver these services rapidly.
That's all for now. Thanks.
Okay. Supervisor Cerna and Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question. First of all, I think the part of the staff recommendation that I greatly appreciate, and hopefully it's not lost on everyone that's been monitoring this developing issue, is the fact that in the recommendation you're looking at the out years, the years past the life of the grant, years 4 through 6, or perhaps in perpetuity, and how Mental Health Services Act funding would be used to affect the effectiveness of the intent of the grant in the years past the third year. So because you have this chart up, and I thought this was the right time since this table is in front of us, can you just briefly explain how we are making an assumption here about the available funding in those out years past the life of the grant?
I'll try to do so with this table here, and then I'll come back to it when there's
Fine.
2 more that show various scenarios.
If you want to wait to do it then, that's fine. I just want to, I think it's a unique part of the recommendation that I think deserves a little explanation in terms of what we're assuming about the projected estimated amounts of various Mental Health Services Act funding by way of the categories that we all acknowledge that permit us to be able to do that, because I think it's an important part of what we'll be asked to make a decision about today.
The assumption that we used in putting together our recommendation was that whatever programs we put on the ground should be sustainable. That, however, that it doesn't make sense to think about taking programs down after a grant expires.
Thank you very much.
The people will be there. They will still have some degree of impairment. They will still be in need of treatment. The contractors will have hired staff, and the demand will still be there. What's going on in this table that I would draw your answer to in answer to the question is that the fund balance, which here represents about 2 years' worth of operating expenses, is being spent down every year to this point at fiscal year 21-22. Now the fund balance is at 1 year of projected operating expenditures. And if we went into the future and these assumptions held true, we would eventually get to 0 in a fund balance.
Okay, so as part of the answer, then we're expediting. The assumption is we're expediting use of the funding that we get from the state, and that permits us to do a better job of projecting out those out years and the ability to sustain the impact of the grant.
Yes, I think that's accurate.
Okay.
We are saying it was never the case that we were illegally holding money past the allowable time frame because we were spending the first in, first out. But it is the case that we currently have funds on hand that represent more than 2 years of operating expenses, and given the level of crisis in our community, and if the board's intention is to use this funding source to address that is affordable and sustainable at a certain level.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Dr.
Let's go back to the PowerPoint
Supervisor
if we
Kennedy,
can.
just give it-
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr.
Thank
Kennedy.
you, Mr. Chair. So I have one fundamental question about this chart and the numbers it represents. It's almost as though it's taken in a vacuum and nothing else is going on. And so my question is, at any point, do we take into account, because we have now as a county committed to working with the city on whole person care. So it stands to reason that if we're going to do that and we're going to be serving those people regardless if there ever was whole person care or not, because it's what we do, it's a mandate. But this doesn't take into account that $64 million that is going to be utilized largely for navigation and case management and coordinated entry. So we're kind of pretending like that's not happening. That should change our bottom line if we're utilizing those funds that the city has gotten through whole person care, right?
It is the case that this chart represents the current approved MHSA plan, which does not take into account the potential for a significantly increased number of people being referred for our treatment services yet. When we get to the staff recommendation, you'll see that we are recommending additional services and funding that would take that into account.
Supervisor Kennedy, this chart was to answer the question, where are the funds and what category are they in? That's what this shows. When Sherry gets into attachment 2 and attachment 3, then that whole person care and any other initiative we're doing, that factors in that.
Okay, thank you.
But I mean, the general point about this chart, which it does not take into account the potential that there would be a significantly increased number of people presenting for services beyond current projections, such as if the navigators uncover more. And that's why we're acknowledging and saying, yes, we think there's a need. This chart was designed to address where is the money, how could we afford within MHSA to take into account that new demand. So let's go back to the PowerPoint briefly. One more page. Oh, it's me. It's my mission. Sorry. There we go. This is the basic logic on how the staff sized the initial county proposal. We begin with the point-in-time count of individuals who are homeless in the county. The chronically homeless is a different federal definition which may come into play, but that's the 3665 is the significant number here. Generally speaking, the point-in-time count, of course, is an underestimate of how many people there are in the year. And my understanding from the people who are familiar with the terms of the art is that you double that number to estimate. So the 3665 doubled. We then took the federal, this is the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Association and the Housing and Urban Development. They estimate 20 to 25% of homeless individuals are living with a serious mental illness. You might read other assumptions. I know if you assess how many people who are homeless are suffering from depression and anxiety disorders and so forth, you would get a higher number. But in California, we have diagnoses and degrees of impairment that designate serious mental illness of the nature that the county would serve, as opposed to the managed care firms that are paid by Medicaid to serve people with those other disorders. So we start with the assumption that there are some 1,500 Sacramento County residents who would present to us who are homeless and also need treatment for serious mental illness. We estimate that about half of those are already receiving county services, because we do have a lot of services on the ground now that serve homeless and recently homeless individuals, or that their diagnoses are such that, and their degree of impairment is such that the managed care firms and the clinics under contract to those management care firms should be serving them, as opposed to the county's mental health plan. And I'll just say that, I mean, these assumptions are discussable. We're not here to advocate for these numbers. We're just being transparent about how we built our recommendation. The additional services that we're recommending today include 200 additional enrollments in full-service partnerships. That's our most intensive program. It's the one that's most flexible. It takes into account housing needs, and it also, if there's a co-occurring substance use disorder and mental illness, there's the potential to deal with that as well in a full-service partnership. And an additional 600 enrollments in other levels of care outside of full-service partnerships. We have costed those out and come to a cost for such services of some $11 million annually. $7 million from the Mental Health Services Act, which would draw an additional estimated $4 million of federal Medi-Cal funding. And we have projected out for 6 years. 6 years is not a magic number, by the way. It's just like what would fit on the chart. The intention is that this is an ongoing program. So if you wanted to say another year, then it would be $77 million. So there's no magic about that number.
Sherry, just real quickly, so on that number, though, with $11 million and the $4 million drawdown Medi-Cal up to combined with the 7 from MHSA, is that formula, if there were additional monies available, is that pretty much, you know, that 60,
Yes.
60, 40, 55, 45, is that, is that?
Roughly speaking, that's a good rule of thumb.
Okay.
I mean, it varies
So
because...
it's scalable.
Yes, it is scalable, absolutely. It depends on the nature of the service. Some of the services provided here are Medicaid eligible and draw a federal match, and some are not. So this is our rough estimate that we use, but it is scalable. It's scalable numerically and financially. Whether it's scalable, whether the providers can find enough licensed clinical staff to scale up is a whole separate question. And it's relevant to the question Supervisor Frost asked me about how fast this could roll out, about how fast staff could be hired and identified without raiding them from our existing contracts and programs.
Okay.
This plan, by the way, as I said at the outset, is limited to a discussion of what we can do with Mental Health Services Act funds on hand. It does not yet take into account the next big behavioral health project that we have in the works. As you know, for some time, we have been working toward a recommendation to the board to opt into what's called the Organized Delivery System waiver, which is the drug and alcohol or substance use disorder waiver. And that is going to significantly increase the funds available, especially detoxification, residential treatment, medication-assisted treatment. All those kinds of treatment for addiction disorders would be substantially increased. So we're not prepared to quantify that for you until we come to the board with the waiver recommendation for drug and alcohol. But I want to make clear that I think that the population of homeless individuals who are suffering from disease, whether it's a mental health illness or addiction-related illness, we have more plans in the works that are coming at you. Today we're just talking about the Mental Health Services Act. And we wanted to make the point finally on this page that this is our initial service plan. We start here. If the demand is higher than can be met at this level of funding, once the programs are on the ground, once the staff is hired, once the service offerings are there, once we open our urgent care clinic later this month and see who is presenting and how many, there is the ability to adjust upwards, and we'll have more information as we go along, not only about the nature of the services needed, but about the funds available. Did we spend less next year than budgeted? Did we get more revenue from the state than anticipated? So we can make our decisions about affordability in response to the demand as opposed to laying it out at the outset. I guess what I want to say here is we'll serve whoever comes to us. That's what we do. We assess their needs and we provide the service. They're entitled to it as Medicaid eligibles. So there's no cap on service. We're simply showing what we know we can afford and what we think the initial demand will be, and we can make adjustments in subsequent years.
Dr. Heller, just quickly on that last point, because I wasn't on the chart, but to the emphasis you put on that. So when you say we will serve, but you have to have the capacity to serve without long delays and so forth. And so maybe as you continue through this and you get to your wrap-up, kind of think about how, if we were to not only characterize that as you just said it, but then to actually put that into, you've put forward a recommendation, and we're going to hear from lots of folks here today about that. But if we make that commitment and say we will serve, but we also recognize there are limitations to what you've been speaking to already in that. And so with the discussion around the whole person care, it's complement to what services we would provide and the ability to do that timely and to do it in a way that's sustained, and that's an important point you've made all along. But I think it's going to be critical to the decisions before us. And I speak for myself, but I think for the folks that are all very interested in this, certainly the board members, but people in the audience and people in the community, is that our ability to serve as things either ramp up, either they ebb and flow, or maybe they just flow and they keep flowing. The ability to do that and to be able to move money around, and whether it's MHSA or it's drug Medi-Cal waiver or it's other complements of monies, wherever they might be. I mean, that commitment of itself, and I think this county is certainly good to its commitments, to characterize that in a way that has the budgetary framework and support behind it, but certainly the policy support, is going to be, I think, key to whatever we do with the resolution. So again, I appreciate what you just said, and I think about how we might characterize that beyond whatever we talk about with dollars and or programmatic elements that we want to do, would like to do, are doing. I think realistically, you've put some parameters on that, and so I don't know about the ability to serve. At least all that would be present themselves.
I appreciate your emphasis on the point, and I'll simply say that I have enormous pride in the record that the professional staff, clinical administrative, of our department and our providers have shown under extreme pressure of being able to deliver the service that people are entitled to and that people need, and to keep that in balance, to plan an expansion, know how long it's going to take to roll it out, know the likelihood of being able to find licensed clinical staff and meet the needs. The only place, frankly, in behavioral health where I think we have occasionally not done that, as you know, is for residential drug and alcohol treatment, where we have sometimes had a waiting list, and we brought that to the board's attention, and the board acted by putting additional general funds in to deal with that issue. But in the case of mental health, it's always a balancing act of what's the demand going to be, which services are needed once people are assessed, and putting the programs up in time to meet the need. I think, frankly, you should feel proud of our record in doing so.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I think I've said this, but I want to tell you that in the plan that we have proposed for you, we are maintaining the planned expenditures for the refinancing. And I think I explained to you why we recommended that. Not primarily the one that comes to mind, which is that we might not have the funds readily available for the refinancing, but one that doesn't come as readily to mind, which is that if we take the $15 million that is planned to expend for the refinancing and put it into programs, we don't have a means for sustaining those programs in the MHSA budget after the 3 years. So what our plan does, it increases the operating deficit each year, and therefore spends down the fund balance. And I think I'm going to show you on the chart. I haven't showed you yet, but I'm about to. Let's do that now. Let's go to the other. So here's the same chart that we've looked at. And we've added in to the county plan the $7 million a year ongoing in perpetuity for additional services, full service partnerships, RSTs, and so forth. I'm sorry, the regional support teams. I shouldn't talk in acronyms. And what you see is that the operating deficit increases, and you see a spending down of the fund balance, to the point where in the community services and supports, we are below, let me see if I can pick out a year. Here's where we are below 1 year of operating funds in the fund balance, and that's where we run out if all of these assumptions about revenue and expenditures are true. We're adding $7 million. This is in MHSA as a whole, and this is in community services and supports component. Overall, there's still money left, but some of it came to us in innovation or prevention and early intervention or technology or workforce, and so you can't spend it to rescue the program when it runs out of money. That's the recommendation. Now, why do we feel comfortable, even this going negative out here? Why do we think are we willing to recommend the $7 million? First of all, because we need to do something. The demand is real and serious. Secondly, we think that the unspent funds at 2 years of operating is too high and ought to be spent down. And by the time we get out here, we will know if any of these expenditures came in lower than expected and any of these revenues came in higher than expected. So we have time to fix that problem.
I think one of the things that slide, Sherry, if you can show, it says countywide homeless with severe mental illness. That should be read into if it's whole person, any other city, anybody else that wants access to mental health. That's how the $7 million is designed for. And I think Supervisor Cerna, you had asked the question earlier that it goes on, it doesn't stop after 3 years or 4 years. In conversations with DHH staff, what became very clear with the points that Sherry's made is that there is a need out there, and we should get the programs going and not have a situation that sometime in the future we're looking at shutting them down. So that's the basis of us having this funding going forward. I think one of the points that Sherry made is that is, if it changes, if the demand's more, if we need to come back, absolutely, we'll be back to the board asking for more direction, amend the budget, what we need to do. But that's the basis for our recommendation to you.
And again, I appreciate the fact that staff included that in the recommendation. I think I agree with you completely that it's incumbent upon us to address the need that's fairly obvious to everyone, not just during the life of a grant, but in perpetuity, quite frankly. And let's not kid ourselves, too. If we do something big and bold relative to what's being asked of us, what's been set in front of us in terms of the grant itself, it's going to set a very real expectation, and a rightful expectation that the county is, it's going to be a new day for not just the city-county partnership, but for the county's responsibility to address homelessness in new, creative, and more effective ways. So I think it accomplishes a number of objectives to acknowledge the fact that we have this responsibility to be responsive in those out years.
While I have the overhead projector up, I'm going a little out of order here, but we want to get through this and give other people a chance to talk. This chart, attachment 3 in the staff report, represents the proposal that city officials and others brought on October 17th, which represents an expenditure of some $18 million additional for 3 years of Mental Health Services Act money. We have question marks here. I mean, our view is that the people will still be there and they still need treatment, and we'll have to sustain the program, but we didn't put that in the numbers. We didn't want you to think that we're trying to drive up the deficits or make it go to zero sooner, so we didn't put that in there. But what you can see is that the operating deficits are substantial, both overall and in the component, and we get to negative in 2021. I don't know if the people in the audience can see that or not, but of course it's all online and people can look at these numbers for themselves. Now, there have been other iterations. I think there was one on Friday of a new variation that we did not try to model here because it went beyond MHSA funding. Right? It included substance abuse funds and others outside of this chart. So it would have been a little bit artificial to put those numbers into this chart because I don't think there's any intent of funding all of it out of Mental Health Services Act dollars. But I just wanted to show you what the effect would be.
Okay. Dr. Howard, Supervisor Cerna, you had a question on this?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, just because I haven't heard it mentioned yet, I'm sure it was just kind of an oversight because this is very complicated, but all of this presumes that the maintenance of a prudent reserve currently at $19 million, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It's an
Yes.
important.
Right. The fund balance discussions we're having go beyond the prudent reserve.
Okay.
The language of that is artful, but I want to make clear that it is not the case that the county decision makers have access to the prudent reserve whenever needed to rescue a program that's in the negative or something like that. The prudent reserve is accessed when state officials declare it, and then all counties have access to their prudent reserve.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Okay, let's go finish up this PowerPoint presentation. That's enough with the complicated numbers. If you could bring back the PowerPoint, we'll try to get through the rest of this.
There you go.
All right, so the county's plan, which I've shown you on the chart, part of the reason we sized it the way we did, I've explained how we calculated the need. We could quibble about that, but there was a clear intent if expenditures come in less than expected or revenue comes in higher than expected to deal with other issues that we've talked about, such as maintaining the navigators in the emergency room, and we owe you a cost on that. the mobile crisis teams, and serving foster youth. There are others as well. And we've already discussed the issue of being concerned about the need for general fund. Okay, let's go past this. I'm sure lots of speakers will talk about the role of the county and the role of the city in dealing with this very visible issue. I just wanted to take a moment myself to say, to express some pleasure in the fact that the county and city are clearly on the same page with regard to what the most significant priority is for the county, and that is to increase treatment capacity in mental health and substance abuse. There was a period of time when criticism was directed at the county for leaving money on the table or for not pursuing the whole person care. Our rationale in recommending to you not pursuing that grant had to do with just this, the concern that more navigators and so forth would not be our role. Our role is to increase treatment capacity, and we should do that with Mental Health Services Act funds, with drug and alcohol waiver, and so forth. Therefore, I see what the city and what is doing and what the county is planning as complementary and not contradictory. And I just wanted the opportunity to get that out in the hopes that somebody would report it.
Okay, Supervisor Kennedy.
Actually, I was going to draw that out of you. So,
well, I'm glad. I don't really like getting ahead of you, but I'm glad I was on the right track there. So the services are complementary. Although we see the services we are proposing as county-wide, we think there will be referrals to these services not only from the navigators that the city is putting on the streets for whole person care, but also from the new shelter and the new housing programs that the county is establishing in and outside of the city. It's my understanding as I read the city's whole person care proposal that eligibility for the use of the funds is countywide, although the target of the project that the managed care firms will identify and produce data on and so forth are city residents. So again, I see this as complementary and should not be a source of conflict.
Dr. Heller, we have a question. Supervisor Peters.
Yep. Yeah. Thank you. Sherry, I think you read my mind. What I wanted to ask you is I haven't had a chance.
That's two.
Yeah, in a row. Haven't had a chance to ask you yet, but I've heard differing opinions on the city whole person care as to who it benefits. And is it countywide or is it just residents of the city of Sacramento? I'm not sure what you just said.
Well, I'm sure there are people here more knowledgeable about the city's current plans than I, but I did read their proposal, and what the proposal says is that to be eligible for the services funded by whole person care, you just need to be a resident of the county. It's not limited to city. But the targeting effort, the data pulls that will be done by the Medicaid managed care firms, the outreach that will be done by the outreach time will focus on the city. So it is possible that people will be served who are outside the city, but the outreach will be focused on the city. That's how I read their initial proposal. It may be that they've updated it since then.
That seems circular to me. I don't really. I'm trying to get to the point of understanding whether residents countywide would benefit from this, but it sounds like they wouldn't if the focus of the program is city residents.
So let me distinguish between my understanding of whole person care and my better understanding of what we're proposing. It's clear that the county program we're proposing, the treatment programs, we're proposing to expand the are countywide. No ambiguity there. It's my understanding from my reading of the city's proposal and opportunities I've had to question staff who put that proposal together in the city is that nobody would be turned away from whole person care or deemed ineligible to participate in the program because they have a residence, the last formal residence they had was outside of the city. Eligibility is countywide. But the outreach efforts, the targeting, the data pulls that would be done by the managed care firms and so forth will be focused on the
Okay,
city.
so I understand targeting and outreach.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I don't understand how the data pull, I'm not sure what that is and how that might affect the decision on where someone lives.
I've gotten to the point where I feel uncomfortable explaining the city's project because I'm not sufficiently knowledgeable, and I'm hopeful that there are people here who can answer your question about the city's intent.
Supervisor Peters, if I could, besides city folks answering, what our proposal, just being redundant, is no matter where you are in Sacramento County, we will provide you the service. That's what we're recommending, whether you came in for whole person, our program, another data entry. So that's the big distinction.
Oh, okay.
Our program does that. We're not, in discussions with staff, we were not narrowing it down to one avenue. It was for everybody that can get into the system.
Okay.
I think I've said most of this, so I'll try to go quickly. This is our understanding of the request that the city made in October, and I showed it to you on the chart. I won't go back to that. It reduces the fund balance in community service support to less than 1 year of operating by 2019-20, which is a lot sooner. Gives us less ability to recover, and it exhausts the fund balance to zero by 21-22. As I understand what happened on the October 17th, that proposal was based on taking all of the planned expenditures for the refinancing of the existing houses and diverting it to this purpose. And in addition, it assumed a reserve of some $36+ million for No Place Like Home, which does not, in fact, exist in the current funds or in the budget. We already did the chart.
Excuse me, Supervisor Frost. Yes.
I just want to make sure I understand this correctly, because in the budget, during that time, this last winter, there was one night where we were here until midnight, and there were, every seat was filled in the House, and we were talking about housing and how the county needed to expand our housing. And what you're talking about is the funding to continue that part of our homeless initiatives. You're talking about those what we're calling refinance is the delta between what those individuals can afford and what our subsidy to make them whole for continued housing, which this last winter was a huge discussion between the county and the city. It
is a correct assertion that Sacramento County has been enormously successful, more so than other counties, frankly, at putting up actual housing with wraparound services for formerly homeless individuals with severe mental illness, that the refinancing protects those investments and makes sure they don't continue so those people don't become homeless. And I would go on to say that the No Place Like Home program has the promise of substantially expanding our capacity to put up that kind of housing and make actual housing units available.
So redirecting those funds takes away from those housing initiatives.
If we redirect the refinancing monies in the short term, we could risk harming the availability of the housing units, or we risk having to come up with an alternate funding source to protect those investments. Okay. Just to summarize here, the staff recommendation, we think it will be effective. We think the program's needed. It can be adjusted upwards over time. There is no intention to turn people away if the program turns out to not meet the demand. If it's the board's wish to increase the funding commitment and the direction that you give to us beyond the staff recommendation, there are a couple of ways to do it. One is to change the assumptions, the projections we're making about how much revenue we'll get, and maybe the millionaires in California will do much better than expected, and so we should project more revenue, or we won't spend everything that we've budgeted, and so expenditures will come in lower. That's one way. The second way you could increase the plan beyond the staff recommendation is to change our planned expenditures. That's where the $15 million for refinancing is in the planned expenditures. You could decide not to do that, understanding that any of those changes increase the likelihood of the need for general fund or realignment or program cuts. I didn't put that there because I didn't want to alarm existing contractors and clients, but as Mr. Natoli pointed out, program cuts would be, in existing programs would be another option. And finally, next steps. We have written the resolution for you, should you choose to adopt it in its current form, for you to direct the staff to take the funding level decision you make and make it real, allocate how many full-service partnerships, take that to the Mental Health Services Act Steering Committee as required by law, come up with a plan that gets posted for at least 30 days, after which the Mental Health Board conducts a required public hearing. I don't think the board would have to do anything more in terms of having an elaborate program planning session like this, and we would be done. The next step would be for the board to adopt the revised Mental Health Services Act plan or the new update, and it would be incorporated in the county budget. And we understand the sense of urgency and that there's a need to meet the demand as soon as it presents. We've had a good record of doing so, and we're exploring ways to do that. But the process is definitely, you can't, it doesn't work for you to reallocate MHSA funds absent the process I've described. It has to go back to the Mental Health Services Act Steering Committee. There has to be a Mental Health Board hearing and so forth. We can expedite, but our experience has been, quite frankly, that working with the Mental Health Services Act Steering Committee has been a joyful and informative and productive process that has led to the success of many of our programs.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry, for your presentation, for responding to questions. I've got a couple of board members punched up. I just wanted to get one clarification back to your slide 15. If you just go back just one, where you have your staff recommendation.
Up. Come back. Did I turn it off inadvertently? There we go.
Right there.
Okay, yes, sir.
Yeah. So just to understand that bullet point, where again the top bullet speaks to sustainability, obviously to the recommendation that you've outlined, but that $66 million over 6 years. Then, if we were to do the simple math, you recognize you attached to the chart with sustainability in mind, that for the first 3 years, that's $33 million. Now, only 21 of that would be from MHSA, but then the drawdown, the Medi-Cal additional federal drawdown would add the additional $12 million. So is there, with that, the ability in that 6-year, again, you're doing a lot of projections, looking at, what you think the numbers would be and so forth, the ability within that to shift to either early years or latter years, and having the flexibility, not only to the numbers of the folks that would present themselves, but then the ability to sustain those services. And so as you present this as being sustainable within the realm of all the various things you pointed out, do you believe there's some flexibility with that number? So the event that this board, after hearing all the testimonies, wanted to shift some of that to the front end and or have the ability to then shift it to the back end, depending upon how quickly things roll out and so forth. Is there some accommodation for that? Because you just kind of charted it out as $7 million plus the 4, so $11 million annually. So
Yes, there is. So, for example, it seems to me likely that if you authorize whatever amount you authorize evenly over 3 years, we wouldn't spend the first year's budget probably in the first year, right? Because it takes time for the contractors we have to acquire the contractors, and they have to hire staff and so forth. And there'll be, we don't expect the city's navigators or the county shelter to present us with 800 people on the first day. So there would be some underspending at the outset, and it would probably roll later. What we would be reluctant to do, it seems to me, is to expand the program to spend all the money in those 3 years, because then we couldn't sustain it in the fifth or sixth year. So we're always taking that into account. And frankly, if we don't spend it all in the first year, I'll probably be coming here to ask if I can please use it for the foster children.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right.
That's about as candid as I can be.
All right. Thanks, Sherry. Okay, Supervisor Cerna, and I think Supervisor Frost, you punched up a moment ago as well. Okay.
You answered
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first I want to thank all our staff that have been working on this. Sherry, I think you did a very thorough job of explaining a very complicated subject. A lot has been said and reported about the last hearing we had on the subject, and unfortunately then I think there was some pretty palpable frustration by some of us that we weren't primed at that point to have the information necessary to make the informed decision that hopefully we get to make today. But I think the work that you've applied, and certainly your very capable staff, Uma, Jane Ann, I want to thank both of you specifically for your work on this, is really, I think, been clarifying for a lot of folks, myself included. So I wanted to lead with that thanks, and thanks to our CEO for his direction to make that happen. What I would like to suggest, and this is going to be a bit unusual, is a deviation from kind of the standard protocol we have when we have hearings like this, in terms of, when we take staff oral testimony, when we hear from the public, when the board deliberates, and I think there's a good reason for it, and I'm going to do my best to try and explain it. First of all, I want to, since I'm issuing thanks, I want to extend my thanks to my colleague, Supervisor Kennedy. He's our board liaison to the Mental Health Board. It's clear that he's made mental health a clear priority for him since joining the board 3 years ago. And I've been working with him, had the good fortune of working with him throughout the summer months to kind of circumnavigate this opportunity in front of us, where its challenges are, where it's where it might actually be possibly improved. And we've been working with the mayor's office, council members, our 2x2 for now several months on this. So I want to thank Patrick for all your service in that respect. We have been working very hard on this, and by we I mean both the mayor, Patrick, myself, Jose, and Jose Hermosillo, Jerry Azevedo, our assigned, agreed to consulting firm that the city and the county staff have been working with, that certainly Patrick and I have been working with in the mayor's office. We spent a good part of the last 4 or 5 days really thinking carefully about what it is we want this to be in terms of that opportunity in front of the board to make a decision about. And so in that spirit, we spent this weekend really thinking carefully through what an alternative resolution, the mechanism that we'd use to memorialize the decision that we're going to hopefully make today might look like, and how that might be different from staff's recommendation. We gave it a lot of thought. In fact, Patrick and I had a chance to meet with several of the service providers late last week to quite frankly get from their perspective what it is we should really be honing in on to make sure that whatever decisions made by the board is going to achieve the objectives that whole person care seeks to make available for our constituents, both our city constituents and our county constituents. So that's a long way of saying we've given this tremendous amount of thought, not just over the last few days, but certainly we've been very busy the last few days. So, Mr. Chair, what I'd like to suggest, and I know that the CEO's office is in possession of an alternative resolution that again, the mayor, Supervisor Kennedy, and I co-drafted this weekend, and I believe has now been circulated to the board. I'd like to at least reference in concept what that, and summarize what that resolution would do, just in terms of how it is distinct from the staff recommendation. And I have my staff here from District 1 that are prepared to hand out hard copies of that alternative resolution, so everyone in chambers has an opportunity to read what I'm referencing. I'm not going to read it. I'm going to point out some of the important distinctions. If I could do that, I'd appreciate that, Mr. Chair. Okay. And then I would ask your further indulgence that once we have a chance to understand this alternative resolution, that in terms of the speakers we would hear from, I think it's important, as it was the last hearing, to hear from Mr. Ewing from the Mental Health Services Act Oversight and Accountability Committee. I thought his insights about the Mental Health Services Act funding availability, the timing, more or less all the details about it, about something that's fairly complex, was very helpful for me, I think for others on this board, and for the public. So I'd ask that we hear first from Mr. Ewing. I know that the mayor and various city council members are here from the city of Sacramento. I think we always extend that courtesy to elected officials. And then I think one of the more present thought leaders, quite frankly, on this subject as of late has been Jonathan Porteous with WellSpace. And I think, again, Patrick and I reached out to the provider community late last week. I think it would be good to hear from him third, and then take the rest.
And then the next 44 after that, right?
Yeah, and then the next 44 after that. But I think that would kind of tee up maybe some reaction to what I'm about to explain. But also might give the public, the rest of the 44 that want to address the board, something else to consider. So I'd like to proceed in that manner, if that's okay with
Mr. Chair, if I may just quickly answer
Yes.
Supervisor Frost's question, and then
Okay, that's fine. Sure.
we'll move to
That's
that
good.
process. The hospital and jail-based and emergency room and jail-based and Loaves and Fishes Navigator grant that's ending, if we were to sustain that, it'd be approximately $1.5 million annually.
Okay, thank you, Sharon. Okay.
So very briefly, the alternative resolution, the things that I want to point out that are distinct about this, and again, that represent an agreement between the mayor's office, Supervisor Kennedy, and myself, is that we would dedicate $44 million in County Mental Health Services Act funds over the next 3 years to expedite services for individuals in serious mental health, serious mental illness and/or co-occurring substance use disorders among the homeless population. And then there's some detail in the alternative resolution about the specific pots of funding that would be derived from. There would be the establishment of a whole person care implementation committee. There's been a lot of question and concern, I think rightfully expressed, about how City of Sacramento centric is this, targeting versus actually the service delivery. All those are very relevant questions for this board, as we represent more than the City of Sacramento. I think what we tried to do relative to the establishment of and complexion of this particular committee, which is at the bottom bullet of page 1, is to reflect that there would be ongoing decision making that reflects the broader geography of the county just beside the city of Sacramento. And then lastly, I've mentioned this already a few times in the course of my questioning of staff. There is an intent here to direct staff to plan sustaining elements of the whole person care implementation beyond the life of the grant, should it not be extended beyond 2020, and do so in an amount not less than $4 million per year allocated from available and appropriate Mental Health Services Act funding sources that would be subject to annual approval by this board, and also would be based on recommendations from both the Mental Health Services Act Board and the Whole Person Care Implementation Committee. That speaks to what I think is an absolutely critical part of what we're being asked to consider here, which is the duration of the application of a significant amount of new resources for holistic care of our homeless population past that third year of the grant. So Again, that's kind of what I wanted to say about the alternative resolution. Hopefully everyone that wants a copy has a copy, is able to digest it a bit. Even if you're not intending to address the board, it gives you some flavor for how we, the three of us working with our consulting team, I think managed to get to a place where we can support something mutually.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stern. Okay, we have the alternative resolution. It's been circulated earlier today, and certainly members of the audience have that. Thank you, Mr. Stern, for speaking to that. So we'll probably have some questions as we come back. We need to get to our speakers, though, so I guess I would invite Mr. Ewing come forward, then Mayor Steinberg and members of the council if they would like to, and then Mr. Porteous, and then we will get into the all those who have signed up, and I'll call those in the order that I've received them. So good afternoon, Toby.
Good morning. Thank
it was
you.
Good morning. That's since
yeah,
passed.
that's right. Pardon me. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to come back and talk with you today. My name is Toby Ewing. I'm the Executive Director of the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission. I want to let you know that we're very focused on fiscal transparency. We're very focused on making sure that these dollars are out in the community, that they're being deployed in ways that are effective, and that we're really focusing on strategies to improve the quality of care and the services that we're offering, and that includes the efficacy of the dollars that we're spending. And so I applaud you for looking ahead and thinking about what you have in place today and what you're trying to get done. I also want to thank your staff that following the last discussion, they came and met with me, and we talked through the conversations that we had in this meeting, in this venue, around the original proposals that were put out there and some of the confusion over reversion. And I appreciate that today's packet much more clearly conveys where the dollars are coming from and where they're being deployed. I would say that in the conversations with them, and that we are focused on in terms of our fiscal transparency, and I think this was raised by one of the board members, is that the MHSA dollars are not in a vacuum. There are other funds on the table. There's realignment money, there's drawdown of Medi-Cal, and there's also, at least in the work that we are doing, an expectation that over time there will be changes to your programs, mostly because you are spending innovation dollars in ways that allow you to reprioritize dollars to move them from low-value uses to higher-value uses. And we're seeing a number of counties that are really beginning to rethink their base funding and scrutinize more aggressively the decisions that have been made in the past, so that you are aligning the decisions you're making with what's happening in the community. And so I appreciate the budget presentation that shows where the dollars are coming from and how you expect to use them over time. I would encourage you, and encourage all counties, to really think about what are the opportunities 6 years out to really do a better job with the base funds, not simply balancing the budget, right, but really thinking about the impact of those dollars. I also want to point out that although it does appear that there is no risk of reversion, in other words, beyond the AB 114 dollars, and recognize that there is a negotiation between the state and the county over what that level is, beyond the AB 114 dollars, there does not appear to be a balance that would be used beyond the 3-year time frame for these dollars. But as your staff very appropriately pointed out, is that you do have 2 years of operating dollars in the bank. There's some press stories today down in San Diego looking at what's happening in other counties, and these very large balances are very concerning. It does look like, under the spending plan that you're envisioning, that you would spend that down, and I think the direction that the Commission is pushing really is to say to counties, make explicit decisions here and start to spend down these dollars. I don't have in my head the figures in, I think it was 2023 if you incorporate the staff plan, but some of the counties that we're talking with, they're targeting about a 50% annual revenue, not expenditure, cash flow surplus, really as a way to balance your cash flow needs over the course of the year. The 200% balance on a year-over-year basis really reflects the fact, as I look at the dollars, that you have not spent, at the end of this year, you will have not spent a dime this is again prior to the alternative resolution, right? You would not have spent a dime of this year's funds, a dime of last year's funds, and you would have had about a third of your funding from a couple of years ago. And so that situation creates a very difficult conversation as we talk to the public, as we talk to state-level policymakers, because they'll often ask us, why is it so difficult to spend these dollars given the unmet needs? And so I do appreciate that the staff have clarified the figures that you're putting in a proposed expenditure plan in place. I would, however, just encourage you to think about how quickly you spend that down, and how do you do that in a way that doesn't tie your hands in terms of some of those fluctuations. The comment was made about the prudent reserve. There is a trigger, and the trigger generally is when there's a decline in the economy. And your projections show a couple of dips in the economy, and so there's a very real likelihood that that trigger could be pulled, and you could access your $19 million. And staff has appropriately pointed out that that's a decision that the state makes, but it's a decision the state makes in consultation with the counties. So there's a lot of flexibility in there, but I think the point that I want to make today relative to the last conversation we had is that we are trying to create the improved transparency around the broader budget and highlight that you have a lot of discretion over how much federal dollars you pull down through Medi-Cal, and that 6-year window that your staff is looking at gives you the opportunity to really manage both your revenues and your expenditures in ways that creates some security to spend down your large surpluses. Because from our perspective, from the perspective of this state level commission, it's the large surpluses that really create challenges in terms of both state level policymakers and the public. And so I think the commission doesn't have a position on how the county uses the funds, as long as it's used within the confines of the Mental Health Services Act and mental health needs. But we are focused on making sure that you actually do spend these dollars in a timely fashion, particularly given the unmet needs that we see in the community. So again, I really want to thank the staff for coming over and talking with me and walking me through some of their figures for improving the level of transparency. We want to see that in terms of the public being able to access those figures. We're building tools comparable to these for all of the counties, and we do want to include realignment, federal drawdown, and other funds so that not just the board, but the public can see the larger picture. And I simply again add that the opportunity here is to think about that 6-year window to learn to make better use of the dollars you have, beyond making sure that you have a balance of revenue and expenditures. With that, I thank you again for the opportunity and answer any questions you might have for me.
Okay, thank you, Toby, for being here. Any questions of Mr. Ewing?
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to thank Mr. Ewing for once again being here, taking the time to certainly consult with our staff, and the time between the last hearing and this one, certainly talking to the three of us, the mayor, Supervisor Kennedy, and myself, in the intervening days to get the best handle we could on the availability and the permitted use of Mental Health Services Act funds, and how we are charged with fitting that into the context of whole person care and understanding kind of where the guardrails are, and how best to do that. I think is your expertise has been invaluable in that respect. So I just want to publicly thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Toby. Good. All right. With that, then we invite the mayor, Mayor Steinberg, and I know he has members of the council here, and Councilmember Schneer and Jennings and Hanson. I know Member Harris was here, so I just acknowledge you all, and whether you intend to follow the mayor or not, that's up to you. But Mayor Steinberg, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate you introducing my colleagues here, Council Members Hanson and Schneer, Vice Mayor Jennings, Councilmember Harris was here earlier. Just like all of you, I do nothing alone here. This is a team effort, and today I hope will represent a team effort with you, the County Board of Supervisors. This, Mr. Chairman, in my opinion, is a watershed day for our community. We have a moment in time to change the arc of homelessness in Sacramento County for the better. I fully embrace the alternative resolution. And I thank Supervisor Cerna, Supervisor Kennedy, and all of the supervisors for your hard work and for considering this most appropriate alternative. $44 million of Mental Health Services Act dollars combined with $64 million of whole person care, and we don't even count the value of tens of millions of dollars of those housing vouchers and public housing units that we have shifted for use of the homeless. We will have, if the alternative resolution passes today, a combined new, and I emphasize new, capacity of at least $108 million, in addition to the current programs, of course, to combat this growing problem aggressively, now, not at some uncertain time in the future. This combination and this partnership is about more than just the unprecedented amount of new resources. And I emphasize the word partnership. And I hope that when the alternative, if the alternative resolution passes, that we don't lose the importance of the substantive partnership and the task force which the alternative resolution calls for, because we can do much more and much better together than we can do alone. This partnership gives us the ability to literally get thousands of people off the street by funding the 5 essential components to success. Whole person care will pay for assertive and consistent outreach. We will have that capacity to intervene one-on-one or two-on-one with the treatment-resistant person on the street who's suffering from mental illness or substance abuse, and we can get 75 to 80% of those people off the streets. Whole person care will pay for case management. For I've said many times, you don't get that person in and then give them a voucher to go get housing or employment assistance or help for their mental health issue or substance abuse problem. They need to be enveloped with a trained and caring professional to guide them through the early stages of recovery. Third, we have set aside those 1,755 discrete housing units. You're embarked on funding triage. We're funding triage emergency shelter off of Railroad Avenue in Sacramento. This is the beginning of a housing foundation. Again, if we work together, we will have many more opportunities to house people. Fourth includes third and fourth. Third is triage and shelter. Fourth is permanent housing. And fifth, of course, is mental health and substance abuse services. Because without that component, this is why this request is so essential, because whole person care, as I've said many times, there's nothing magic about it. It's money. And it's money, though, that allows you to spend on two out of the 5 components. The mental health services, this act today will allow us to, in combination, provide everything that a person on the street needs to end their homelessness. I suppose this debate today comes down to 3 simple questions. Number 1, is the need compelling now? I think the answer is obvious. Whether it's the 85% increase in the point-in-time count, or frankly what we and our mutual constituents experience every day in neighborhoods, in business corridors, on the streets, in our parks. And of course, what the poor people, the homeless people, who, you know, most of them once had real lives, the hard times they've fallen on, and their needs. The need is compelling now. Number 2, do we have the will and ability to serve thousands of more people now? I appreciated what Dr. Heller said, that, if I understood it, is that the county, together with the city, you've got the capacity, once the resources are allocated, to do the job. and to help more people. And I know you're going to hear from the many providers out here today who say they're begging for more resources to be able to expand their capacity and help more people. And finally, the question is, do we have the money? And I don't know whether it's important to go back and forth and debate the county staff resolution versus the alternative resolution, but I think the frustration, if you will, from our end to some degree has been this idea represented in the county staff recommendation that essentially we must reserve tens of millions of dollars for many years to sustain programs and accept that in doing so, we cannot do more to help alleviate the crisis that is occurring today in real time across our community. The staff recommendation calls for helping hundreds. The alternative resolution, in combination, in real partnership with Whole Person Care in the city, will help thousands. You know, combating homelessness is not a new program. It's this idea of creating a new program. In fact, I appreciate even with the staff recommendation that you call for expanding full-service partnerships and the step-downs. This isn't a new program. Whole Person Care is not a new program. You have as your core mission, as we have in our core mission, trying to make this problem better. These are just resources we have that in combination we can put to use to get at what we haven't been able to get at together in any kind of a substantial way. And so on behalf of my city council colleagues, and I think I speak on behalf of all of them, I urge your support for action now. I urge your support for the alternative resolution. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Mayor.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, we have a comment. Supervisor Kennedy?
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Yes.
Mayor, thanks for coming.
Thank you, Supervisor.
So how would you, in light of the alternative resolution, how would you allay concerns that some might have up here who don't just represent the city of Sacramento or don't represent any of the city of Sacramento as far as this serving county work?
So there's the letter of the law and there's the spirit of the law. And I think Dr. Heller in some ways spoke to the letter of the law. Supervisor Cerna, in your questions drew that out a little bit more. Number one, the grant is very clear that the outreach is to be conducted not exclusively within city boundaries. That's the letter of the grant. Let me tell you what the spirit of the grant is as the city's mayor. I want nothing more, and it is our intent to partner with you to extend the outreach well beyond the city, into the other cities of the county and in the unincorporated county. This is a county and a regional problem. Now, it's true that a lot of it exists and resides within the city, but we started this conversation 10 months ago with the recognition that this is now spreading and happening everywhere. So if we're in full partnership, and I think the alternative resolution represents or gives that hope of a full partnership as long as the follow-through and the implementation is consistent. It is the intent of the City of Sacramento through its Whole Person Care grant, since we are the fiscal agent, to allow, encourage, insist upon outreach beyond city borders, beyond City of Sacramento borders.
Thank you. Also, I'd like to, it talks about it in the alternative resolution, but I wanted to have it stated here now. Should Whole Person Care have problems down the road through audits or anything like that, clearly you and the city do not foresee that happening as you applied for it. But should that happen, under your partnership, do you foresee the county of Sacramento having any liability?
No, the county is not on the legal hook, period. The city is the fiscal agent. We stepped out. We did this. We're the ones on the hook. but I'm not going to let it go, if I may, because I want to just say, because what underlies some of the, it's tension.
No, you were doing really well.
I was doing well. Okay. I want to reemphasize.
But he's not going to let it go, so here it comes.
No, I'm not. I just want to reemphasize the importance of real partnership. We bring resources to the table. You bring resources to the table. We're doing this together.
Thank you.
That wasn't that bad, was it? Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And if no other questions, then we'll have you stand by. We've got to hear from some folks.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Okay, Dr. Jonathan Porteous, and then followed by Ryan Leafborough, followed by Eric Frame and Howard Lawrence. Dr. Porteous.
Thanks very much. It's an honor to be here. I had a whole stack of things I was going to say, but you have...
Well, I'm not going to put you on the clock, so shorten the stack, but everybody else is going to be on a 2-minute clock.
Well, no, you've made it very simple for me. So firstly, obviously, I'm going to encourage that you honor and support this resolution. This community has needed a singularity and a vision that comes from both the city and the county, and actually the cities around the county. And as a licensed clinical psychologist and a community business leader, what I'm feeling is a singularity of vision, which really, really helps. WellSpace Health has tried as an entity and as a partner to build capacity in the community. We've spent almost 4 years now in partnership with the county and with the city trying to figure out how to access things like the whole person care waiver. This is not a new thing for us. What's happening today is remarkable because it creates the bigger vision that I think most of us dreamed of, which was to go out all the way to the border of the county. So it's a gift. Some of my friends would say it's a mitzvah, and we're really grateful for it. The other piece of vision here is that you are looking beyond whole person care. You're suggesting a long view and taking the momentum of whole person care and taking it forward. So this is a new and wonderful position. You're also suggesting a focus on youth, and some of my colleagues have said we need more of a focus on youth. So just imparting that interest in youth in this resolution is critical to many of us in the provider community. We see the noble efforts of our colleagues in the county. You carry the many, many lives, and 20,000 people with mental illness are carried just day to day by your mental health programs. But even in the Medicaid program outside of Kaiser, we still have another 340,000 people of whom many have mental health disorders, and there's going to be a need for this expanded capacity. Whole person care is one thing. What you're doing to amplify whole person care is remarkable, and I do hope you vote for it. Any questions?
Thank you, Jonathan. Thanks very much. Okay, Ryan, just time quickly. Councilmember Harris, I understand you wish to address this, so Ryan, if you could just hold for a second, I'll invite Councilmember Harris and stand by.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I appreciate you, Chair, for letting me speak. For the last 2.5 years, I've sat on the Homeless 2x2 with Supervisors Kennedy and Cerna. We've developed data and looked at all the aspects of homelessness. I'd have to say that your alternative resolution is bold and courageous and forward-thinking. I totally appreciate you coming to this point of view because I believe that we've been directed by our constituents to collaborate extensively to get on top of the homelessness problem here in Sacramento. If you look at the numbers in our area, our homeless population is relatively low compared to any other West Coast major city. Now is the time to act, and by taking this resolution to fruition today in a vote, you are going to set the stage for us to be able to get on top of a problem that affects a relatively low population compared to other cities, which means ultimately it will be tremendously less expensive than if we waited. If we waited even a year, the task would be much more daunting and much bigger to get on top of. So I just wanted to say thank you to my colleagues on the Homeless 2x2. I think you're moving in the right direction. Totally appreciate your efforts, and I hope that this resolution will be supported. Thanks.
Okay, good. Thanks, Jeff. Thank you, Councilmember Harris. Okay, Mr. Lupro. Thanks for your patience. Thanks, Ryan.
Absolutely. Chairman, members of the board, good afternoon. My name is Ryan Lufborough. I'm CEO for Sacramento Steps Forward. We're a nonprofit dedicated to ending homelessness through collaboration, innovation, and connecting individuals with the services they need to gain stability. And I want to thank you for your effort. Partnering and aligning systems is a difficult task. Changing the culture of service delivery and how we look at the state of homelessness, moving from a opinion that it may just be centrally located and acknowledging it is a crisis on the West Coast and certainly here in Sacramento. We know firsthand in the continuum of care and our partnership with Sacramento Steps Forward and our advisory board over these last few years have really looked at streamlining and honing in our efforts to establish a housing crisis resolution system, having coordinated entry, and also looking at housing first, all of which is focused on the most chronically homeless in our community. And I say that to illustrate the difficulty and the hard work it takes to get to that point. Last year, the system, and that is the system-wide and all of our partners, housed in subsidized housing 747 households. There were an additional 1,400, though, that were housed in non-subsidized environments, meaning with assistance, they were able to gain their housing and stability back without having to go into a subsidized environment. Acknowledging that, we know that for federal dollars, local government dollars, the heavy lift is for those that are most chronically long-term homeless. But we also know that if we activate our base, our faith community and volunteer base, that we can have greater outcomes. So the responsibility goes beyond just whole person care, a relationship between a county and one city. It's all the cities, the county, and those that are members of our citizens here in Sacramento. So when we propose that there be a triage center, we need careful consideration for the community to accept those. When we're looking at affordable housing, careful consideration to accept that affordable housing. Without changing the number of units that are available to this system, we don't have the chance that we would have otherwise to show a true decrease on the streets of Sacramento. So I want to support the alternative resolution that's been proposed. I want to thank you for your partnership with the City of Sacramento and for staying the course until we can see the day where we truly see that decrease of individuals on our streets. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryan. Thanks for your efforts as well. Okay, Eric Frame, followed by Howard Lawrence. Is Eric? And then following Howard will be Robert Copeland and Bob Erlenbush.
Hello again.
Hello.
Okay, so let's look into the number of homeless, because I hear we have over 14,000. That's based on registering for food stamps, and they also marked homeless when they did that. We know there's an 85% increase recently. I hear from City Council that the whole person care grant is something that'll happen over the course of 3 years. So housing 1,775 people over 3 years, that's kind of not that many. That's kind of very little, since we have 14,000. Well, even if we trust your numbers of 4,000, then it's still not enough. And if it's over 3 years, meanwhile we have people going homeless because the rent prices are ridiculous here. So how many people are going homeless each year is another number I'm wondering, because you know, if it's like 1,000, then housing 1,700 people over 3 years isn't really that much help. Like many have said, we do need a housing first solution, because you know, I think we're skipping ahead if we go to the mental illness part, you know, first. We're going to not provide housing for 25% of those mentally ill people, but homelessness itself causes the mental illness, you know, because first of all, you're not allowed to sleep in this city, and your tents and sleeping bags and blankets are taken away. You know, the lack of sleep is a big factor in mental illness. You do know this. So yeah, we need housing first. More tiny home villages, more apartments that are affordable, truly affordable. What we can do is also provide safe ground for the people so they can shelter themselves with tents. That way they're not dying this winter. They have the safe ground that gets them out of this unconstitutional, inhumane no camping ordinance, so they can at least survive for the winter. That would be good. We could reopen up the public bathrooms that were closed recently, because nothing like holding it in, you know, causes mental illness, you know. So repeal the no camping ordinance. I'm speaking to City Council because they have to do that one. Okay. Big picture, people, This city, we the people, have spent $400 million on an arena that we didn't want.
Okay, Eric, let's wrap up, please.
Okay, so let's, bill us again. If you want to bill us for affordable housing, we'll pay for affordable housing, something we actually want.
Okay.
All right?
Okay, thanks, Eric. Okay. All right, Howard, followed by Robert, followed by Bob Erlenbush. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Natoli, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Howard Lawrence, and I'm a representative of Sacramento area congregations together. I must admit, Supervisor Stoney, you kind of threw me for a loop. I had a prepared speech. Now I'm going to have to try to wing it.
That was the idea.
That was the idea. Well, you achieved that.
That's first time in 20 years, Howard.
I would remind you that ACT is a faith-based community organizing network. And so today, I would really like to speak to you from a faith perspective. And to us, you're faced with a moral decision. What you do today can help alleviate the suffering and the pain that are endured by the people that have to live without shelter. Clearly, a full partnership with the City of Sacramento implementing whole person care is part of the roadmap needed to end homelessness in Sacramento. It's also, we believe, a major building block to meet the call that we in Sacramento ACT have been advocating for quite some time. As you may remember, Chair Natoli, at August at my congregation, St. Mark's, the need for a comprehensive regional approach to address this problem. We can fight about how much money is available in which fund or so forth, but at some point, we need to sit down as a community and identify what the need is and what are the available resources and how can we bridge that gap. I think by adopting the substitute resolution, we're taking a major step in that direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Howard. Okay, next, Robert Copeland. Robert? And then Robert's followed by Bob Erlenbush, followed by Diana White. Good afternoon, Robert.
My name is Robert Copeland. I belong to Sacramento Homeless Organizing Committee and Sacramento Tenants Union. Mayor Sternberg left out two important things. One, we need a more affordable housing now. And two, rents are going up in Sacramento County. Did you know we are the fastest growing county by percentage of rental increase by cost? Did anybody know that? That's got to go down. The rental cost has got to stabilize or go down in Sacramento. The alternate plan by Phil Cern and Mayor Steinberg, step in the right direction in my opinion, but it's not good goes far enough. I don't believe the point in time count at all, because I found a website that says how many children are homeless in each school in California, and some schools in Sacramento have over 100 that are listed homeless in Sacramento County, which is not the worst in the state. LA has beat us by far in that regard. But even one homeless youth or one homeless person in Sacramento County is too many. Yeah. And how many people are actually dying on the streets? Last I heard 71 last year, 78 the year before. How many this year are going to die? And how many homeless are not going to get the mental health services that they actually need? You got to figure all that out. Step in the right direction, but doesn't go quite far enough. We need more housing now. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, Bob Erlenbush. Good afternoon, Bob. And then Diana White, followed by Joel Case, followed by Deanna Hansen.
Good afternoon. Bob Erlenbush, the Executive Director of the Sacramento Regional Coalition to End Homelessness. We totally support the alternative resolution. Very specifically, what I'm handing out to you, as you probably know, that we issued our still tragic homeless deaths report yesterday. Again, 71 deaths in 2016 in the calendar year. Generally speaking, over a 15-year period, that means one homeless person has died on the streets every 7 days. but in the last 4 years, that equates to one person dying every 5 days. So from October 17th to today, in the 23 days, somewhere between 3 and 5 homeless people have passed away. The mayor asked a couple of questions. Is there a compelling need now? Absolutely, obviously, to save lives, nothing less. A couple of things to pick out from the resolution, I liked that it was included in the first bullet, a sense of urgency, driven by saving lives. You can see on the fact sheet that I passed out to you that looking at the HMIS system, of the 71 people who passed away, only 30, less than about 40%, were engaged in any sort of homeless service. And many of those people self-identified mental health, substance abuse, chronic health disease, etc. So, as the mayor said, we need aggressive outreach specifically to find those people who aren't using services as identified by the HMIS system. Do we have the money? Absolutely, as your resolution says. And today, hopefully unanimously, you will show the political will to partner with the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, Diana, and Diana's followed by Joel Case. Good afternoon, Diana.
Hi. I'm here representing the Association of Behavioral Health Services, and based on what's been said here today, I also have changed up my remarks just a little bit. I think what I want to do is just let you know the association's hopes in terms of the vote you take today, whatever plan is put in place. And that is the importance of the services to be provide countywide, which we've talked about a little bit today. Ensuring adequate funding to new and existing programs. It doesn't do any good to expand services if you can't attract qualified staff to work on them, or that turnover is so large that the services are compromised. That any efforts put into place are sustainable over time, and that the MHSA process, that we continue to support the integrity of the MHSA planning process, and again ensure the sustainability of the current continuum of care.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Diana. Thanks for being here on behalf of the association. Okay, Joel Case, followed by Deanna Hansen, followed by David Ramirez.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here to share my experience as a citizen and to speak out in support of mental health outreach. In 2009, I was technically homeless. This is what I looked like back then. I had crippling depression, and I had a best friend at the time who was schizophrenic. The substance abuse treatment that I received turned my life around. I now have an apartment, a job, and I'm self-sufficient. But my friend, his schizophrenia went untreated, and we parted ways, and he ended up getting murdered. He was shot by a stranger. And I believe that that murder took place as a result of misinterpretations of his behavior because of his untreated schizophrenia and substance abuse, alcohol. I'm speaking out in hopes that I'm very encouraged by the things that have been said today, but I'm hoping that we can spend as much as we can on outreach, because the conversations that I had with my friend when he was alive, we did not understand how our bodies worked and what alcohol was doing to us. We just knew it made us feel good. What I've learned from my brief treatment changed my life, and I'm hoping that all of the money that can be spent on outreach to educate the homeless community about alcohol and about substance abuse, I'm hoping that that outreach will be done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. Thank you for being here today and sharing as well. Okay, Deanna Hansen, David Ramirez, and Linda Yang, I believe. Okay.
Thank you, Chairman Natoli, and all the supervisors. And I have to say, particularly Supervisor Sona and Kennedy, for all of the work that you've done in helping to bring together a coalition and collaboration with the city. been a very frustrating thing as a resident of Midtown since 1975. It's a long time ago, and I've seen a lot of changes in Midtown since then, most of them very, very positive changes, except for the homeless problem. And that's continued to grow. And now I live across the boundary line in East Sacramento, and I was amazed at the number of homeless people that I see every day and every night on my block. So that's continuing to spread beyond, obviously, what used to be downtown Midtown. And for those of you who don't represent the areas within the city of Sacramento, it's, I'm sure, beginning to affect you as well. I have 2 grandchildren that live in Shingle Springs, and El Dorado County has homeless people there. So I'm certain that Carmichael and Citrus Heights and Elk Grove and other parts of the county are beginning to notice they have that problem. So I'm here mostly because my grandchildren spend a lot of time with me in Midtown, downtown area, and seeing homeless on the street is something that they've been very concerned about. They want to know, and they're young, 8 and 13, they want to know why something hasn't been done for these people. So that's the question I'm asking, and again, thank you for your help.
Thank you, Deanna. Okay, next I have David Ramirez. David? And then David's followed by Linda Yang, followed by Claire Bonzal. Good afternoon, David.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, supervisors and all who are here for directing attention to this important issue. My name is David Ramirez. I'm with Sacramento Area Congregations Together, or ACT. I actually don't know very much about homelessness or mental health or housing in this community, except that clearly there's a very obvious crisis, and it's meeting a significant opportunity, and I am much gratified to see the attention that's being paid and the partnership anticipating a favorable vote on the alternative resolution. The new partnership between the county and the city on the mental health side. I know it's been expressed here there are other needs that the homeless people have, and I look forward to the city-county partnership addressing all the needs of the homeless in time to come. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Okay, following David in, I have Linda Yang. Linda here? Okay, if not, then I'll come back to her later, see if she stepped out for a moment. Claire Bonzal, followed by Holly Harper, followed by Joan Burke. Is Claire here? Okay, I'll call Holly Harper. Oh, Holly's here? Okay. And then Holly's followed by Joan Burke, followed by Paige Madden. I think Joan's going to beat you down to the podium. That's okay. Either one. Good afternoon, Holly.
Hi, thank you, Chairman Natoli, and all the board members for honestly putting so much time and commitment into this. I'm Holly Harper. I'm with Sutter Health. I'm going to keep this a little brief. I think most of you know how Sutter Health feels about this incredibly important issue. We are here today because we understand it. We get the importance of the public, the private partnership. We get the importance of delivering a continuum of care that works together, that doesn't operate in silos. So we launched the Getting to Zero campaign almost 2 years ago, and we committed millions of dollars to get thousands of people off the streets. I think we're on the brink of doing something really great. I think this community is on the brink of doing something really great. And we are committed to doing that alongside you, alongside the city with the Whole Person Care Grant, alongside you. And we're in full support of the alternative resolution. So again, thank you for the enormous amount of time and consideration for having all of these conversations with Sutter Health and with a lot of the people in this room today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Holly. Okay, Holly's followed by Joan Burke, and then Paige Madden, and then Rick Bettis.
Good evening, good afternoon, supervisors.
Well, we're getting towards the evening, not there yet, but.
I, too, ask for unanimous support for the alternative resolution. I think you've been trying to balance immediate needs and prudence and forethought for future needs, and you are making the right decision if you support the alternative resolution. You know, we've all read about the horrible wildfires that rendered so many people in the city of Santa Rosa homeless, and we were shocked by that. And we were, I think, very comforted by the immediate emergency response that has come forward. And as others have said, these folks who are homeless right here in our community are suffering greatly, and it's a catastrophe of another kind. It's not a natural disaster, but it's a moral disaster, and the effect is the same. We have people suffering without a roof over their heads. This will make a difference. I think working together with the city is the start of a beautiful friendship, and may it continue. Thank you.
We can all meet in Friendship Park. How's that?
Sounds good.
Thanks, John.
Can I have a hug, Daryl?
Okay, thank you, Joan. Paige Madden, Rick Bettis, and Paula Lamazzi. Good afternoon, Paige.
Hello, I am Paige Madden, and I'm the communications coordinator for Loaves and Fishes. And I just want to say that we are, just like Joan said, we are fully supporting this new resolution, because we're at this pivotal moment where we can choose to either continue to go on our own separate paths to try to address homelessness, or we can choose to finally come together and pool our resources and have a bigger impact. And so that's why we support the new resolution. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thanks, Paige. Okay, Mr. Bettis, and then Paula Lamazzi, and then Rosemary Younts.
Thank you, Chair and company board members. Rick Bettis. I'm speaking for the League of Women Voters of Sacramento, and I also might say for the Sierra Club, because even though at the local level they haven't really addressed this issue, at the national level, 4 years ago they established a social justice campaign and committee that this is certainly consistent with that effort. I want to speak in support of this alternative resolution. I think it's a wonderful step in the right direction. Mental health is really important when it comes to addressing this, and I think it's particularly important. You know, this is we have a Veterans Day coming up this week, and a lot of those folks are veterans who have suffered tremendously, and they are down on the street. I've seen them every evening when I walk home from downtown to Midtown. And as a volunteer at a homeless program in a faith-based homeless program for several years, the more you get to know these folks, the more you realize that there are really good people out there on the street, and they need your help and compassion, and I really appreciate what you're doing. So I urge you to vote for this. Thank you.
Good. Thanks, Rick. Okay, following Rick, we have Paula, and then Rosemary Younts, and then Chet Hewitt, and Mariah Bruce. Hi, Paula.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Natoli and supervisors. I just wanted to, I'm with Sacramento Homeless Organizing Committee, and I just wanted to add our support for the alternate resolution. I think it's a great opportunity for our region for helping to end homelessness. Thank you.
Thanks, Paula. Okay, Rosemary Younts, and then Chet Hewitt. Good afternoon, Rosemary.
Good afternoon. Hi, Rosemary Johnson. I am speaking as a member of the Mental Health Services Act, and I too have a lot less to say after the introduction of the alternative resolution, but I do think that some of the points I wanted to make are very relevant, and I think That being, first of all, to acknowledge and to thank the county that has not gotten such a good rap during this whole issue for hard work and efforts and services that they have been rebuilding for many, many years. These services are direct and core mental health treatment services, and without them, navigation and case management could not be effective. So I want to say how much I appreciate the county mental health staff and your efforts here with the board, and I'm very happy that we have come to a collaborative agreement with the City of Sacramento, and we look forward to working with you and doing whatever we need to do to make it happen. Thank you.
Good. Thanks, Rosemary. Okay, so Chet Hewitt, and I don't know, and I see Rebecca Sloan coming forward.
I look just like Chet Hewitt. He had to leave, but he was here to speak on behalf of St. John's Program for Real Change. He is our board chair, but he had to depart. So I would like just to express our gratitude for this discussion today. We are really grateful to see the partnership emerging between the city and the county of Sacramento. We have enjoyed our partnerships with both of these public entities and are looking forward to continuing in that partnership. We at St. John's are a long program. We used to be a 30-day program, and now we're anywhere from a 12 to 18-month program. We heard today about all the types of services that need to come together for wraparound services, and that sometimes those do not include residential care. So if you're not familiar with St. John's, we are a residential facility that does do wraparound care services as well as employment training, employment experience, and employment placement. When women leave our program, they are living self-sufficiently. They've been reunited with their children, and they are not in the system anymore. They are making room for others to enter into the system. We see a lot of opportunity in this partnership to continue in that way, and we would eagerly want to be part of the long continuum of care to make sure that all needs are met for women and children. It's getting colder. Our waiting list is long. We want to be continuing to work with you. We are eager to see the RFP released so that funds that are being made available go to direct service. And with that, I would just close and ask you to take two other testimonies after me. These are two young women in our program that just want to very briefly, within your 2-minute time, talk about their experience in homelessness, the services that they needed to be successful in their journey at this time.
Okay,
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Rebecca, and thanks for Chet for being here earlier and for you speaking on his behalf. So I have Mariah Bruce and is it Kara Burnett Daly?
I didn't actually say that we support the alternative resolution.
Okay. But you weren't out of time.
You can say it again.
Okay. All right, very good. So is Mariah and Kyra or Kara?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
First of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak today. I tell my story of my experience and the hope for a homeless outreach. My story starts very average. My mother was a nurse, my father a lawyer. I also have 4 brothers, and I'm the only girl. To the average passerby, I had all the opportunities I could ask for. My mother loved me deeply. I got good grades in school, and I was talented and active in sports. But what people didn't know is I was being heavily abused physically and emotionally by my father and sexually abused by close relatives. The abuse ended up getting so bad that I was, at 16, sent to a foster care home to live with 7 other children until I was 18. Despite these life changes, I kept a mask-like persona, wanting to forget the past. I was popular in high school. I graduated with decent grades, and I moved on to college. But inside, I was slipping, suffering from extreme anxiety and an ongoing mood disorder. I looked to drugs and alcohol for relief. Hopeless and disconnected, and I quickly became heavily addicted, losing employment, in and out of abusive relationships, and never having a safe place to lay my head. Suicide seemed like the only option. It wasn't until age 25, out of desperation to save my life, did I turn to the doors of St. John's program. With the help of counselors and psychiatrists and classes that helped me build a foundation for my life, did I make new goals to continue strong in my recovery, gain stable employment and housing, and now I actually want to get my bachelor's in computer science, aspiring to become a software engineer. That's my story, and I just really thank you today for even discussing this, this outreach for homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mariah. Is it Kira?
Kyra.
Kyra. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Kyra Daly. I have been a resident at St. John's Program for Real Change since June 13th. That is 4 months and 25 days. I came to the program with my 4 living daughters, and I came after leaving a domestic violence relationship that I was in for 3 years. My children and I stayed short-term, 30 days, at a domestic violence safe house. And after my daughter, Eliza, died at 6 months from SIDS, my abuser turned to not only being physically abusive to me, but to my children. I was no longer able to keep my daughter safe at that point. So we left. So let me give you a little insight on what that meant for me to try and leave. Because I wasn't allowed to work, I didn't have any money. Because I wasn't allowed to have friends, I didn't have anybody to call. And because that previous year, I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I lost my father, my sister, my aunt, my grandmother, and then finally my daughter. I didn't have any support. My mother got hit by a car and died when I was 17 years old. So with no parents, no spouse, no friends, I literally had to find my own way to support my kids. I moved to Sacramento on a whim because my stepmom, who was suffering from cancer for the 3rd time, said my kids and I could spend a few nights with her until I could get back on my feet. But because she lived in a very small studio apartment, her office noticed very quickly that the 6 of us were there, and she was threatened that if we didn't leave, she'd lose her housing. So we left, and we moved into my car. And me, my 11-year-old, my 10-year-old, my 3-year-old, and at the time my 6-month-old slept in my van for almost 30 days. I would take my kids to the drive-in movie theater so that they wouldn't realize that we were homeless. We would stay there until they fell asleep. I didn't want them to know that I had no idea what we were going to do next. But I now have an opportunity to not only get my life back on track, but to be in a position to be financially stable for my kids. I've obtained my high school diploma through the Highlands High School program, and I've obtained certificates from classes ranging from money management to positive thinking. And because of the vocational learning work program, I now have experience at a job to be able to put on my resume, and I'm soon going to be in a position to work again. My older children get picked up every morning and are safely transported by a school bus, while my younger 2 children are taken care of and provided everything they need during the day at a daycare that's provided to me. And without this program, I really don't see how I could have ever gotten this far. On my own, I didn't know what I would do, but with the supporting hands that I'm receiving now, after just 147 days, I do actually finally see a light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you for this, giving me an opportunity to discuss my situation and let you know how important it is to me also that you guys really take this into consideration.
Good.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kyra. I would just say to Kyra, Mariah, and Joel, and others who've shared certainly your very personal stories. It takes a lot of courage to do that, but obviously with the help and support that you've spoken to, you've been able to rebuild your lives and to gain that foothold that you need to be successful and be happy in your lives. So thanks for being here today. Okay, we have Leo McFarland, followed by David Husid, and Brian Talcott, our next 3 speakers. Leo, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Leo McFarland, CEO for Volunteers of America. I'm very pleased that we have an alternate resolution in front of you today. We're in full support of this resolution and encourage you to adopt it unanimously. I spent this morning walking some of the streets around 12th and B, talking to some of the folks that are camping out on the sidewalks. My general assessment of that was that 90% of them are struggling with mental health issues as well as addiction. These dollars and these resources and this focus on reaching out, whether it's a triage effort, but the mental health counseling and support that will be coming forward will potentially finally help folks move off the sidewalks and into supported, medicated housing that will sustain them in the future. So we're very much in support of this. Thank you very much, and for all the great work that both the city and county have done on this issue, and the prior investment the county has made in homeless services over the years. Thank you.
Thanks, Leo. Thanks for your work, too. Okay, David, and Brian, and then I believe it's Hetty Gouverneur.
Well, like everybody else says, Phil pretty much ended my whole speech, so I'll just kind of go to the end. But I just wanted to also second, thank you, all you guys, for all the work you've done, keeping the doors open at Serna Village. So I'm just going to go to the end. Basically, what I was going to say is it's really nice to hear about services. You know, I'm a service provider, and housing is so important, but services is what we need, because people do get better. We can change. So the need for services is what makes the whole person care act. Work. Remember, half measures avail us nothing. We need county and city working together. Obviously, with Phil's resolution and the mayor's, we're going to do this together. So
it's our resolution.
Or our resolution. Yeah. Team Phil and Team Daryl. And again, thank you all.
Patrick.
And we're all in support of this resolution. So thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, dude. Thanks for your work. Okay, Brian, and Brian's followed by, I believe it's Hetty Gouverneur. Brian.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I'm Brian Talcott. I'm the Program Director at Women's Empowerment. I'd like to commend the two young women who came and gave their testimony. Those are the same women that we serve as well. Women who are homeless or formerly homeless, who have multiple barriers, mental health, drug and alcohol being only two. I want to share just a really quick story. When I first started working at Women's Empowerment almost 4 years ago, one of my mentors, who was a graduate, shared her own story with me, and she told me something very important I always reiterate and remember, and that's that if a woman or a person really doesn't have a mental illness before they become homeless, they will. So, most of our women suffer from some sort of mental illness, whether it is severe or minor, but over 80% of our women have experienced domestic violence, and what comes with that is definitely PTSD and anxiety disorders. So I want to commend you, because I did have a very different speech prior to the alternative proposal, for one, really thinking about putting more resources into this issue, but also I've lived in Sacramento for over 27 years, and this is one of the first times in my professional experience remembering that both the Board of Supervisors and the City Council are working together. This is a super heavy lift. We all know that, but I just want to commend you for coming to the table as well with the city to do this work that is so important. So thank you.
Good. Thanks, Brian. Okay, Hetty.
So my name is Hetty Gouverneur, and I live in Arden Oaks, which is in Supervisor Susan Peters' district, in the Arden Arcade area of Sacramento County. My neighbors and I have noticed for quite a while now that homeless people and obviously impaired people are moving into the area in increasing and alarming numbers. I came here today to ask for your help to spend the money now, but it sounds like with this alternative proposal that you are going to spend the money now. I did want to share that increased law enforcement is not the answer. Just last month, our Sheriff's Patrol encountered two males separately who were walking in our neighborhood looking for a place to sleep. And it alarmed our community because we kind of feel like a little island out there, but large lawns are not a good alternative to providing people with shelter and a safe place to stay and the kinds of services that they need. So I hope you do vote for this alternative proposal, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Hetty. Okay, next I have Christine Duggar, I believe, and then Aaron Taylor, followed by Noel Cameron. And if you're on the side aisles, you can come from the side too. You want to follow it around. Got your
Sorry.
exercise.
Yes, hi. Sorry, I'm
Hi,
Jennifer
Jennifer.
Fearing, and I actually have the proxies for Aaron Taylor and Christine Duggar as well, so I thought I'd jump up
Okay, all right.
at the earlier opportunity.
All right.
So I'm Jennifer Fearing. I'm a District 1 resident and an Elmhurst homeowner, and I'm the owner of a small business located at 11th and K Streets. And I want to thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Your leadership on this makes me glad I voted for you. Thank you. Everyone in Sacramento is experiencing homelessness. Some of us experience it as homeowners and business owners who are greatly worried about the humanitarian crisis we see before our eyes every day, on our doorsteps, in our yards, on the sidewalk, and in our parks. We see our neighbors suffering, and we think, how did this happen? What can we do, and how fast can we do it? Others of us, a shocking number of us, are experiencing homelessness as a personal crisis, living dangerously without secure food, shelter, health care, and other basic needs. We are all in this, and we must all do what we can with our compassion, our time, our resources to address the present day reality of the inhumane harm created by having fewer services, emergency shelters, and housing units than there are Sacramentans who need them. I'm doing my small part. I pay my taxes, I volunteer, I'm educating myself, donating to nonprofits, and talking to my neighbors. And the city has stepped up, and we are so fortunate that such competent and professional nonprofits are ready to stretch to do what's needed at this time. So the county is this last big piece of the puzzle, and it's not just your money that we need, but your expertise, your infrastructure, your trust, and your partnership. So I urge you to support this alternative resolution because the time for an aligned and coordinated response is now. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. Appreciate you then being here, speaking on behalf of Christine, Aaron, and then Jennifer herself. So, okay, Noel Kammerman. Noel's next, and Noel will be followed by Barbara Hopkins and Patty Kleinknecht.
All right, good afternoon. Noel Kammerman, Executive Director of Loaves and Fishes. I just want to start off, thank you to the Board of Supervisors, Chair Natoli. I'm here now in support of the alternative resolution. The proposed action is an encouraging step in the right direction, and I hope it's the first of many. Please continue to examine all parts of the homeless system, and I just want to encourage continued collaboration with regard to strategic planning, outreach, service delivery, discharge planning, and the establishment of more permanent housing for folks who are experiencing homelessness. Working with private nonprofits, the faith community, and with city programs like Whole Person Care, these types of approaches have proven to be successful in other communities. And I hope that we continue in this direction and eventually we get ourselves to functional zero and end homelessness here in Sacramento. So thank you.
Thank you, Noel. Okay, Barbara Hopkins. Is Barbara? Oh, there she is, okay. And then Barbara will be followed by Patty Kleinknecht and Susan Gallagher. Good afternoon, Barbara.
Good afternoon. I wasn't going to speak when I heard about your exciting alternative resolution, and I'm just so thrilled. As a volunteer, since I've lived here for 23 years, I've been volunteering with various homeless programs, and I know how vital this program will be with people working together, as you will be, and I'm just so excited about this. And I look forward to hearing the conclusion of your vote. And the other thing I would like to mention is that the young ladies who gave their life story that was really very turning is the fact that in volunteering with various programs around the city, I've seen so many people like them turn their lives around and take charge. And it makes it all so worthwhile. So on their behalf and the many people that you're not hearing, I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Thanks for your comments as well. Okay, Patty. And then followed by Susan Gallagher, followed by Danielle Zavala. All right, Patty.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. Patty Kleinknecht, representing the River District. And just the fact that you're having this discussion today indicates you recognize the seriousness of the situation, and we really appreciate your doing this. Homelessness is devastating to those individuals and families experiencing it, and you're well aware from correspondence you received that it has a great impact on our neighborhoods and businesses. On a positive note, both the city and the county have identified needs and outlined plans to address homeless services and provide additional services. We need to recognize that homelessness doesn't have geographic boundaries, and it's imperative that the county and the cities and the unincorporated cities work together if we expect to see the programs work. We need solutions. We need success. We need everyone to work together to make it happen. On behalf of the businesses and property owners in the River District, I ask that you as leaders work together and help make a difference in the lives of those people experiencing homelessness and support the alternative resolution before you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Patty. Okay, Susan Gallagher, and then Danielle. Welcome back, Susan. It's been a long time since you've...
Yeah, long time.
Good to see you.
Here I am starting trouble again.
That's okay. Good to see you.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors, and I'm very excited to hear that the county and the city has come together on this very important issue. So that's very awesome and exciting, but I do think that I can't quite join into the Love Fest yet because there's a few issues and concerns that I have. And the first one starts with unspent MHSA funds. And I know that Norcal MHA has been raising this issue for the last few years and asking many questions, and we have received some answers, but I would have to say that a lot of them are not necessarily fully satisfying. For example, we were told that these unspent funds were earmarked for future projects, but we never really heard what those future projects were going to be, or how much, of the allocation would be needing to be set aside for those future projects. I think there was a little bit more clarity today, but I think that these things still remain opaque to the stakeholders, and I'm not too much more clear on it after today's presentation. I appreciate the efforts to clarify, but I think it's really, really important that the stakeholders understand these things very clearly. And so kind of the thing I'm going to reiterate the most is stakeholders, stakeholders, stakeholders. I know when Daryl helped write the act, one of the things that he put in there, and it's in the regulatory language, is that a stakeholder process should be happening at every local level regarding the funding, how it's going to be allocated, and we should be part and parcel of that. And so when I talk about the robust community planning process, today was a perfect example of not involving the community planning process because we saw an entire presentation that none of us have really seen before. And it's a great presentation, and this is good stuff, and we want to support it in every possible way, but stakeholders aren't an afterthought. We have to be first and foremost, and we're supposed to be driving this process. And it's great that public servants sit in rooms and make great decisions about things, or what they think are great decisions, but without our involvement at every level, you're just never going to come up with a community to find solutions that are so required. I mean, the community, we know what's best. And oftentimes, these things are going to emerge from a robust community process. And we have 5%, we're allowed to take 5% of our CSS dollars and put that towards community planning processes. And so I would just really encourage the county to do more of that, because it's just really, really essential. I think that the family members and the clients and the people receiving service, we know what's best. We've been there, we understand, and we want to be part of that, and we want not to be an afterthought. And then as far as the whole person care initiative, I'm really, really thrilled that we came up with the alternative resolution, and we support that. But again, stakeholder involvement has to be a part of it. Can't be people in rooms behind closed doors. Has to be something that is transparent, and the opaqueness should go away. This has been a problem for a long time. Okay. So I thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Susan. Thanks for being here. Okay, Danielle, and then Daryl Rutherford, and then Aaron Johansson.
Hi, good afternoon, supervisors, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on this. My name is Danielle Zavala. I am the Associate Director and General Counsel at Norcal MHA, and Susan is my amazing, wonderful boss. So I wanted to come up here to show my support for the substance of the alternative resolution. However, I do have a slight quibble with the process. Again, as Susan mentioned, the stakeholder planning process with MHSA funds is paramount. We need to ensure that we are honoring that process. And these urgent circumstances, and they are urgent, should not permit or justify circumvention of the community planning process. That's very important. I would like to ask that the supervisors consider to clarify within the alternative resolution that wherever it says to direct staff, that it include the language direct staff together with stakeholders, because that was an issue that arose with the Mental Health Improvement Coalition several years ago. It was not clarified that stakeholders were actually intended to be involved, and they were not. They were not involved with the planning for that funding. So I want to ensure that whatever comes before the MHSA Steering Committee is not simply rubber stamped, but that it's actually discussed and stakeholder input and any changes and recommendations are included, as well as stakeholder involvement in the oversight, evaluation, changes, implementation, and improvement to any programs that are created through this funding source. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Danielle. Okay, Deborah Rutherford, Aaron Johansson, and Courtney Poole. Hello, Daryl.
Good afternoon, Chair. Supervisors, Daryl Rutherford, Executive Director of Sacramento Housing Alliance, and it's an honor to be here today to hear an alternative resolution being proposed. I think on the surface here, it's something we're very supportive of, as well as given that this is going to be an opportunity to provide services to those experiencing homelessness, and which is the most compassionate thing that we could be doing at this time. I also appreciate this opportunity for you guys, both the jurisdictions and other jurisdictions in the county here, to come together and collaborate to address this issue. As Chairman Natoli said at our housing summit last week, that this is an opportunity for a team to come together and practice collaborating and working together, and we appreciate seeing you guys work through this and figure out ways that you can be collaborating on it. But in order for all of these efforts to be successful, public resources need to be leveraged. This alternative resolution, I think, addresses that, so I'll move on to some of my other comments. As you all know, that we are in desperate need of more funding sources to build more affordable homes, so that the people who are receiving these services have a stable home to exit to and can be successful in moving forward in their lives. We've sent all of you back in June our letter and reports on the new funding sources that we would recommend that the county look into, and I think this is a great opportunity, again, to practice this collaboration, work with your other cities throughout the county, figure out how we can get a multi-$100 million bond on the ballot so that we can immediately address the needs and build new affordable homes, but then also really work to figure out new sources for permanent funding that will be ongoing and can help alleviate these issues. So again, I appreciate the work that you're doing. The collaboration is key, not only amongst yourselves, but amongst all of us in the community as well. We need to practice what we preach, and I look forward to working with all of you as we do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Daryl. Okay, Aaron, then followed by Courtney Poole, and then Jaime or Jamie Keenan.
Mr. Chairman and Supervisors, thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Erin Johansson, and I'm Executive Director at TLCS. And this is truly an opportunity. I think I really want to first and foremost recognize that I don't remember the exact quote, but with great pain comes great opportunity, and that's the place we find ourselves right now. So thank you very much for the effort that you've put forth to come up with the resolution before you. And also, I think that what the community really needs from our elected officials is leadership and vision, and you have this opportunity right now in this moment in time to join forces with the other elected officials from all of the cities around Sacramento County and really provide that leadership. The provider community has been wanting that and asking for that, and we are so delighted to see that you are here at this place right now. The providers from the mental health who have been delivering these services for years under the support and direction of the division have been getting excellent outcomes. The capacity just needs to be increased, and that's what you're talking about, and that's the perfect answer. The one thing that I would like to really emphasize, I think Daryl mentioned it, and it's been alluded to but not really focused on, is the lack of affordable housing is really going to have an impact on our ability to execute this plan. So both in housing, deep housing subsidy, and in increasing housing stock, those are parts of this puzzle that we still need to really address. But in full support of the resolution before you, and thank you very much.
Thanks, Aaron. Okay, Courtney? And then Courtney's followed by either Jamie or Jaime and Kathy Cresswell.
Good afternoon. My name is Courtney Poole, and I'm a community organizer and social worker with Mutual Housing California. I get the honor and privilege to work closely with formerly homeless resident members in our Housing First community, Mutual Housing at the Highlands. Throughout my 2.5 years working at Mutual Housing at the Highlands, I have witnessed the power of affordable, supportive housing to change people's lives. At our community, we celebrate small and large victories every day. One more day of sobriety, individuals finally being awarded SSI that they deserve and need, members empowering themselves to develop and facilitate art groups, journaling groups, and resident councils in the community, members effectively treating physical and mental health needs. The list goes on. Besides these victories, I have witnessed the power that a supportive housing environment with mental health services can play with resident members experiencing challenges, trauma, and disappointments in their lives. Our resident members at Mutual Housing at the Highlands engage in discussion about how grateful they are to have found housing, but they also see how many people are still out on the streets. They understand the difficulties of seeking services downtown and know that it is important for all areas of Sacramento, both the city and the county, to be working to address this issue. We need everyone's support in addressing homelessness in our region. We need the city of Sacramento. We need the county. We need affordable housing developers like Mutual Housing California, and we need service providers. Please vote today to release MHSA funding and support the alternative resolution to play your part in creating sustainable solutions for this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Courtney. Okay, is it Jamie or is it Jaime? Jamie, it must be Jamie.
So Jamie's one of our residents at Mutual Housing at the Highland,
Okay.
and she had to leave, so I'm taking just 30 seconds of her time. I'm Rachel Isco, the CEO of Mutual Housing, and Courtney articulated everything really wonderfully, and I just wanted to support the alternative resolution. It's a great city-county collaborative plan. I was concerned about what that means for the capital operating subsidy proposed by staff, which is a really smart thing to do, to set aside funds for the next several years to build a subsidy to retain MHSA-funded units for the residents who qualify for those without displacing them over time. And it sounds like that money is retained in this plan. Is that correct?
We'll need to get an answer for you, Rachel. I think it's suggested in the resolution by Rita Rise coming from the community services portion, at least in the resolution, so I don't know if that impacts me. We'll get that clarified before.
The operating reserve.
Rachel, we'll get it clarified before we take it up, so, okay. Thanks, Rachel. All right, then Kathy Cresswell, followed by Jeffrey Tardigui. I assume Rachel was done. She's been redirected to the mayor, excuse me, but that's all right.
Rachel, were you done?
Were you done?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, okay. All right, very good. All right, Kathy.
Good afternoon, Chair and Board of Supervisors. Kathy Cresswell, and I wanted to support the leadership that the board has already shown in your new initiatives addressing homelessness, and including, in particular, your use of boomerang funds to support your initiatives. And I want to highlight how important that is and unique in this region. And it's a demonstration of how you are using your critical resources to impact this problem. This is a unique moment and opportunity to partner with the city on the whole person care. And my experience on the Continuum of Care Advisory Board really has reinforced the need for and the value of collaboration and partnership between local governments. So I want to thank Supervisor Cerna and Kennedy for their leadership in working with the city and the mayor in developing this alternative resolution. Given the recent reports on the number of people dying on our streets every week, and just our ability to see with our own eyes the human suffering that continues and is expanding, what you do today can really make a difference in impacting that. So I really urge you to support the alternative resolution, and as others have said, also be continuing to work on finding those additional resources we need to build more permanent supportive affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Okay, Jeffrey Tartagia, followed by Tiffany Moak, and then Michael Alt. So, hello, Jeff.
Well, I am here to hold you guys to that accountable bit. Yeah, I'm no longer Grizzly Adams. Sue and Patrick, you weren't here in 2008, but to Don will understand when I say you need to once again look back forward 5 years and think right now the decisions that you make. For Patrick and for Phil, this should be only the first step. What needs to happen is what happened 50 years ago for Sacramento with the veterans, of how you addressed as retirement, how you addressed the needs that were here. You need to look at, and Sacramento has been ideal in the past of looking forward at times and thinking ahead. And what you need to right now focus on is what is the way homeless needs to be addressed in the future. Right now, because with the fires, which will probably continue, and other disasters that we see going on in this nation, we need here in this state of California, here in Sacramento, is figure out how permanent housing and how homelessness is addressed permanently. It will always be here with us. It has been something that, you just need to spend, whether it's task force or whatnot. I listen and go to the stakeholders for the state on Homeless First. I hear, federal money, $20 million here every year. I hear making the investment $20 million once again here. And we only consider this a drop in the bucket to what are the problems. So again, I would invite you is yes, you say potential, just for the future. What you really need to do is figure out how things work.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Okay, Tiffany, and then Tiffany's followed by Michael Alt, followed by James Parker. Hi, Tiffany.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Tiffany Mock, and I am here as a fellow resident, Sacramento resident, disturbed by the increase in homeless residents. I am also here to support the alternative resolution and thank Mayor Steinberg, Supervisor Cerna, and Councilmember Harris for their support and leadership. I want to also support the speakers before me that stress the importance of a stakeholder process, and in this vein, to acknowledge how rent increases and development have impacted homelessness. Without stakeholder engagement, the county's analysis is correct that the services will be unsustainable. As a start, we should thank them for enrolling residents in Medi-Cal and how this role will be vital to helping all residents have a home in Sacramento. This role, of course, will be appreciated by many of our first responders, our local health providers, school teachers, and even our law enforcement. I have yet to meet a law enforcement or public safety official who joined the profession to stop a man from sleeping on the sidewalk. Thank you, and I'm optimistic with this first step, and we'll be watching, as all our residents will, for increases in helping all our residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tiffany. Okay, Michael, and then Jameson Parker and Mackenzie Wilson. Michael.
Chair Natoli, members of the board, Michael Alt with the Downtown Partnership. I will make a mental note to turn my speaker slip in earlier next time.
I don't shuffle them.
Yeah, no. I'm looking forward to dinner. The reality is, for us, it's probably been, and I think it goes without saying, for many members of the business community, probably the most challenging time that we've ever had. And I think it would be good for you to know we've had the opportunity over the past year to develop a really solid working group amongst the region's business improvement district, and had a lot of substantive dialogue related to impacts. The impacts not just of homelessness, but mental health, aggressive behavior, the level of frustration, I think, for you to know, is at a time that it is unprecedented with our districts. For Supervisor Cerna, Supervisor Kennedy, Mayor Steinberg, this is what leadership is about. We needed a solution, we needed answers, we needed something to provide additional resources to what is growing into a challenge that is unmanageable in this current situation. We needed more resources, we needed more help. We cannot afford for whole person care to fail. It needs to succeed in order for us to make some real progress. We support the resolution. Thank you for your leadership on behalf of both the county and the city. On behalf of our board of directors, please support this and move this forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Okay, Jameson Parker, followed by Mackenzie Wilson.
Good afternoon, Chair Natoli, Board. My name is Jameson Parker with the Midtown Association. We represent about 1,200 properties in Midtown and along the Alhambra corridor. I think Michael said it very eloquently, so I don't have to repeat many of those things. We definitely have noticed a trend over the last year of increase in frequency of calls for service around homelessness, but not only that, the complexity of the calls and the hostility of those calls have been a kind of alarming thing for our organization. So we really applaud the collaboration that the city, county, other partner agencies have taken on this approach. We're supportive of this alternative measure that's before you today. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. I just want to announce, too, if people are arriving for the 2 o'clock item or the 2:15 item, we're going to finish this item, remember how long it takes, and we're going to take testimony from folks on the off agenda, and then we will break for lunch and come back for the 2 and 2:15 items, so for the rest of the portion of the agenda. So that's how we're going to proceed.
We are going to continue the closed session till next week.
Okay, closed session will be put over as well. So, okay, Mackenzie.
Where do I start? The last time I stepped foot in this building was actually 10 months ago when you guys decided to declare a state of emergency on homelessness. It's interesting to see that I show back up 10 months later to see a skeleton of what it is that you propose to do. I think that it's ill-advised to vote on something when I have no idea where all of this money is going to go. You had conversations from stakeholders not getting to have enough say in what's going on. And I also would like to ask if any of you happened to make it to the state capitol the other day where they held a presentation on why housing first and the housing first model is the way to go about possibly solving our houseless population issues. We talk about the increasing numbers that we're starting to see in our districts. Like I said, I'm having trouble trusting this partnership that has taken 10 months to even possibly happen on a piece of paper, while at the same time, out of the same mouths and in the same breath, our elected officials also criminalize homelessness and being outside. And so my question really is, one, where's the housing? Because that's the point. What are we going to do to permanently house individuals? Because I can't give them services and keep them involved in services if they don't have a stable place to keep themselves. And then I also want to know when we'll be able to see it, because like I said, I think it's ill-advised for anybody to vote on this stuff today. I mean, it's important. The money is here now. Here it is. It's cool. Let's talk about how to spend it. But again, without talking to your community and your stakeholders over there, I think that, again, saying yes to our elected officials who, like I said, at the same time criminalize homelessness, make money off of the criminalization of homelessness, give money to our sheriffs to continue the criminalization of our homelessness, and our Sacramento Police Department to continue the criminalization of our homelessness is a problem. So again, I'd like to just more see a town hall where we start to invite individuals. I don't want to see backdoor deals between Phil Cerna and Mayor Steinberg.
Okay, thanks, Mackenzie. Okay, thank you, Mackenzie. I have Kelly Bennett, Ed Manning, and then I'll call once again Claire Bonzel or Linda Yang if they came back. Otherwise, we're getting on to the last few here. So, okay, Kelly. Hi, Kelly.
Hi, I sat there so long, I'm not sure what I was going to say, but I'll give it a go.
Time to think about it, though.
Kelly Bennett, I'm the CEO of Sacramento Covered, and we were formed in 1998 of a partnership between the city and the county and all 4 health systems here in Sacramento. So we know a little bit about collaboration in our day. We've been doing community engagement around healthcare access since that time. You've known us as Cover the Kids or the Mayor's Commission on Children's Health back in the day. We are contracted with the city on the early engagement phase of whole person care. We started, Wednesday of last week. 37 individuals have been enrolled to date through a very thoughtful and assertive process that is respectful and meaningful. I did want to address earlier comment about, while it makes my heart beat really fast that we could expand very quickly to a countywide process, we know that we are capable of doing that. We have a presence with all 8 hospitals today, and through many partnerships throughout the county, I think stand ready to ensure that the outreach and engagement piece and the connection to care and housing supports could be very meaningful countywide. What else was I going to say about that? We stand ready, and we're very excited about this new alignment opportunity, and we just want to express our support for the alternative resolution today. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Okay, I have Ed Manning. Is Ed? Hi, Ed.
Mr. Chairman, members, my name is Ed Manning. I'm a resident of the city of Sacramento. I'm here today to support the alternative resolution, to congratulate the board and the mayor and the council on tremendous progress in solving the homeless issue. I live in the city and I work downtown, so I see the visual signs of homelessness. I live near the American River Parkway, so it's something that concerns the entire community. This is a tremendous partnership, and it takes partnerships to solve this problem, and a whole person approach. It takes a suite of services from mental health to housing and beyond. I'm also a member of the board of the St. John's Program for Real Change, and I'm also here representing that board today. We have had a partnership with the county that was very successful. It expired in September in terms of one program, and I'm here both as a resident and as a member of that board to say we think these partnerships matter, that they serve the community greatly, and it is only with partnerships that we can do what needs to be done for the entire homeless population, especially a part of the population that's less visible, that of women and children, and you've heard from some people today who've successfully completed the program. So I'm here to say I reach out my hand to work with each of you, with the city, with the mayor, and with everyone in the community to try to serve the entire population of homelessness as best we can and to find solutions that work. And thank you again for approving this great program and for your partnership with the city.
Thank you, Ed. Okay, so did Claire Bonzo or Linda Yang return? If not, then note that. Hold on one last time. So I have Andrea Crook is the last person I have for speaker form, so this will be the last speaker on item 23, and then we'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Andrea.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Almost done. So I'm Andrea Crook. I am the Director of Advocacy for Advancing Client and Community Empowerment through Sustainable Solutions, a program of NorCal MHA. We were recently awarded the client stakeholder contract through the MHS OAC and represent clients throughout the state of California. I do want to say that I do support the alternative resolution, but not how it came to be. And Phil Serna, I too found that this was a really frustrating process. And my talking points, however, haven't changed. I have this mascot, and I forgot to bring it, but it's a little stuffed animal. It's an elephant. And it represents, I feel like, myself and the individuals that I represent, because I often feel like we're the elephant in the room. I feel like, the best of intentions were being made when the mayor's office and Sacramento County and Sacramento City came together for meetings. But I oftentimes feel like individuals with the actual lived experience are an afterthought. And I want us to go back to the basics. I want us to go back to the actual intent and the law of the Mental Health Services Act. I mean, this was, I've been involved in this since its inception, and it's so exciting. It's an opportunity for us to do business differently. And, according to the MHSA statutory standards, counties have an obligation to ensure clients of the public mental health services are part of the development and implementation of MHSA-funded services. And additionally, counties can use up to 5% of its planning estimated dollars each year for community planning process. We had a very robust community planning process at the beginning when we first started this back in, 04, 05, 06, but since then, we really haven't seen that. I do want to say that we have an individual that is a client advocate liaison and that actually has lived experience with recovery and homelessness. And so at the very least, we want to ensure that we have individuals that represent this community at the table when these decisions are being discussed, and be able to take it back to the community and get further stakeholder input. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you, Andrea. Okay, Andrew's our last speaker. Thanks to all of our speakers. Thanks to those who've been very patiently waited, and others that are still waiting to address us on other issues. So I have Supervisor Frost and then Supervisor Serna.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone for your comments and your input. It means a lot. And I have been listening while you've been talking. I read the revised resolution, which is significantly different than what we had planned to do today. It discusses some changes that could impact our homeless initiatives and essentially change the whole plan that we had voted on a couple months ago. And where I know it's important for all of us to work together in partnership. I want to work with the City of Sacramento and all the cities in the county. I have some questions. The questions I have relate to what programs are we going to have to cancel if we redirect funds away from our existing initiatives, because our initial initiatives that we had established were all based on, we know where to navigate them to, we just don't have that place to navigate them to. We need more housing, we need more wraparound services. So if we allocate, I think if we have money to spend, we definitely should spend it if it will help the efforts of all of us concerned. But not to the point of jeopardizing the sustainability of programs that are actually keeping people in homes. And so I'm not clear in my mind, is our voucher program going to be compromised and people will actually lose their home because we don't have that funding? And do we have the money in our general fund to backfill the cost associated with this if there's not enough MHS, mental health services funds and Medi-Cal funds? The resolution is asking for the county to participate in administering whole person care, which it seems like that's just, maybe a meeting a month, but I don't know what that means. Our staff work really hard. They're experts at what they do, and they have to now maximize what they can get out of their day just to get their work done. It's not like we're overstaffed. So if redirecting our resources to administer whole person care could potentially be a cost to the county, and so I have questions relating to what would we need? Would we need more employees? Is that going to require that we grow our employee base in order to make this happen? I'm concerned about that. We talked about allocating $44 million over 3 years, and that we could run out of money by 2021. And at that point, that's not that far off. My question is, what programs end, or where does the money come from to backfill those programs, and does our already strained general fund have those monies? Will this impact our voucher program and SHRA's budget and their whole plan moving forward? I don't know how that fits in. The resolution is also asking for $4 million annually for the county to sustain the whole person care program, and I'm not sure where that money comes from and how the county funds that, and what programs we have to redirect funds from in order to fund that. There's also some outside cost implications that were not included in this summary of numbers. There are impacts on cost associated with how we do all these programs, and making those changes is going to require different resources in different places. I don't know what those costs are. There's also Mayor Steinberg talked about whole person care will pay for case management, but wants the county to help administer the whole person care. In this resolution, it talks about wanting the county to participate in administering whole person care at no cost to the county. I don't know that that's no cost to the county. I'm not sure what the resources the mayor needs. One person said it's ill-advised to vote on this today because we don't have enough information on where the money is going to come from. I think there's wisdom in that, that this is came to us last night. I think I got this resolution in an email last night. I haven't seen the numbers, so I'm not sure. I don't know how to vote on something that I haven't really seen the numbers, and I don't know how it impacts the county's budget and our whole plan moving forward. We have a plan to try to partner with whole person care to fulfill that continuum, the housing part of it, the wraparound services, and unfortunately, it takes time to put these things into action, but we're working on it. Our staff are working on it as fast as possible. ACT said, today we face a moral decision. And I think that's true. The question I have is, what programs are we cutting in order to, and how does that all shake out? What are we cutting? I can't see the bigger picture because I haven't had time to look at this. So I think I would like to request that we continue this item based on the fact that we don't have enough information to really evaluate how this impacts the county's entire plan and our homeless initiatives and our budget. I'm very concerned about protecting our general fund. The county has some big considerations coming up next year, and so I feel it's important for us to not go into this with the idea that the general fund can easily backfill whatever we don't have enough money for. We need to use our Mental Health Services Act funds as smartly as we can, and we need to try to partner. I want to find ways that we can help Sacramento City, help the mayor, and help most of all, help the homeless people transition out of homelessness, and then have the programs that can sustain themselves to keep them under a roof and help them be successful in that. So I'm just going to throw that out there, that I feel that we have not had enough time to look at the full ramification of this resolution that just came to us last night. So I'd like to move that we continue this item and this discussion to a time when we have more information.
Okay. All right.
Or I'd like to just put that out
there.
as
Okay.
a consideration.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Would you expect any responses to any of your questions? If not, I'm going to
Well, I don't even know if we can answer all that today. I mean, can we? Can we answer those questions today?
I think what the second resolution does have in front of you is 44 over 3 years. Staff recommendation was 7, which is 21 over 3 years. So that's another 5, that's 5 million extra that's coming in it. Will it have an immediate impact on us cutting programs? I'm looking over at Sherry. I don't believe that immediately in year 1 or year 2. But that's a potential down the road that if revenues don't come in, that could have impact on the programs. We will be truing this plan up every year, and we'll be able to report to you what that will look like. The second question you had was the voucher program. On that, I don't believe this will have an impact on it, but I need to check with our experts to make sure that I'm correct on that. Immediately, is there general fund dollars that we have to backfill in year 1? I don't believe so, but it goes back to the first question, that if the revenue's not there, if there's more money, that could be an issue. Your fourth question was $4 million, if I understand the resolution correctly.
And does it impact SHRA?
Yeah, and then that question.
Does the lack of funds for vouchers impact SHRA?
I need to have staff help me with that. Your other question is, from year 4 on, is the resolution calls for $4 million per year to be allocated from MHSA funding source. So to answer your question on that one, I think the resolution contemplates that the MHSA funding source will be the ones that will be funding that. Whether the money is available or not, that's an annual true-up that we'll do.
But that's just part of our programs that we're on an ongoing basis that anyone can take advantage of. So it's there anyway. It's already there. Is that
Correct.
what you're saying?
No, a little bit different.
Or is that added money?
I believe the way that's written, it adds in there. The county still has this program, and that's clarification I wanted with this resolution. We got to that point is that we have our own program, the county-wide program that we're doing. This bullet point basically states that the whole person care will have a minimum of $4 million going forward, and I'm kind of looking at both Supervisor Kennedy and Cerna for some assistance.
Similar to what staff proposed, but it was a greater amount. It was $7 million.
Yeah. So this is not just strict whole person care. It's the whole homeless program.
For services, you had built $7 million in for 6 years, versus $4 million for years 4 through whatever, forever.
And that $7 million, by the way, took into account in the staff report the federal match. Right. This doesn't, so we would still be getting that federal match above and beyond this.
Okay. Okay.
So maybe an easier way for to understand that would be to give the gross amounts, Supervisor Kennedy, just.
Would be to, I'm sorry, give the gross amounts? Oh.
Well, Sue's asking a question, you're answering it a slightly different way, and personally, I think it would be, if you add up the 7 million for 3 years, or 3 years, and then the 4 for the next couple years versus what the county staff report says. I just wonder if that might make it easier to understand.
And are you saying that, when you say 44 million for over the next 3 years, so are you saying 14 million a year, or are you saying 10 million plus whatever Medicaid we can take advantage of?
I think actually Nav touched on it. I think Sherry actually mentioned it during her presentation. I believe the mayor and his staff have alluded to this as well, is that the expectation is in the first of the 3 years of the grant life, you're not going to have an immediate expectation for the full, whatever it is, 14 in equal chunks. You're going to have probably a ramp up, I believe, of 6.6 roughly in the first year. Yeah, we'd have to figure that out, but I don't think we're talking about necessarily equal distribution of the 44 million in each of the 3 years. It's going to be appropriated, or it would be assumed to be appropriated based on the demand in those years.
Well, this is, 44 million so it's basically our homeless initiatives supporting
No, I don't know why you
whole-person
keep,
care in the amount of 44 million?
I'm not sure why you keep saying that. I'm not sure. I don't know how to interpret that. I'm sorry. This is separate.
Maybe Nab, you can help.
I think let me come at it this way.
Where's the money coming from?
That's a good way to say it.
The same place that staff assumed it was coming from in their recommendation.
But it's twice
That's
as
the
much.
easiest way to say it.
Okay. So now let's see if you can tie that together.
Okay. The way I'm reading this resolution is that it's 44 million over 3 years, not an annual amount. We had simplified it saying 777. So we got to 21. This resolution gets to 44. I'm also reading this that it's not strictly for whole person care. Whole person care is a component of that 44. Whatever the county initiatives county-wide we're doing, all that comes into it to come to that 44 million. So if the 44 means 4 million first year, then 20 next year, and then whatever amount's left, that there's not a straight line in there, because it's going to take some time to get the programs up and running to get to that spot.
This is intended to complement the whole suite of other initiatives the county has already embarked on.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. So whatever we have going on, this does not take any funding away from the initiatives we have. I'm looking down that way to make sure I'm saying that right.
The county is, over 6 years, utilizing all of our MHSA resources, so this is 44 million on top of that?
Let me come at it this way. I think
It's in addition, he said, so how are we going to fund it?
I think
Is
the
question.
delta, and I'm looking at both supervisors to make sure that I'm saying this right, the delta is, this is 44 for the first 3 years, but we had proposed was 21.
Correct.
So delta is an additional 23 million.
Right.
Is that?
Twice as much.
Yeah, yes, that's correct.
So
And
that what money comes from is whatever fund balance we had. It makes the fund go negative sooner. It's a projection, but that's where the money's coming from.
But you have less of an impact on the same funding source in the out years, years 4 out, because it's 4, not 7.
Yep.
Right. This is buying down that fund balance. It's not creating a new fund.
And, okay, go ahead.
One that Sherry showed us when she was up. So I think the difference is some people are talking about annual expenditures and some are talking about 3 years. I'm wondering if that's where
So if
the discussion needs to be
I think if I could
clarified.
annualize it, I understand that's not the proposal, but annualize, the way I'm thinking about it is, ours was 7 straight line all the way through. This is for first 3 years, I'm annualizing it at 14.6 million. Then year 4 becomes 444 all the way out.
Right.
Did I say that?
Yeah, and annualizing it, but understanding that you're not going to have that equal appropriation.
No, understood. No,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to compare apples to apples
Yeah,
on it.
that's right.
But it takes from the community services funds, which also is subsidizing our voucher programs and other housing programs. So that impacts housing, right?
It does not.
Does not?
Yeah, as I understand it, the voucher and other housing programs and housing initiatives do not depend on Mental Health Services Act funds. The only involvement of Mental Health Services Act funds in housing is in the full-service partnerships that we operate out of the Mental Health Services Act. I do want to correct one thing that was said, though. The first paragraph of the proposed resolution does specify that the funding is for people who will be enrolled in the City of Sacramento's Whole Person Care Pilot Program. So it is not whole person care is not a subset under this language.
But you said that the No Place Like Home was, and the refinance funding for the capital operating reserve was coming from MHSA funds earlier in the day.
So I think what has happened is the refinancing component that we spent some time this morning. Simplistically, if you're looking at it, the delta between what we're proposing and this alternate resolution, that's where the dollar amount difference is.
Is it the unspent fund line here?
Yes.
Yeah, that's page 7.
So if it's all spent in the first 3 years, where will the money come from for the other programs?
I'm taking seriously the admonition from several of the speakers that we shouldn't decide that in this very moment because we need to talk with the stakeholders about where it would come from. But the two likely places that would come from is either spending down the fund balance to zero much earlier than projected in MHSA dollars, or not making the investments for the refinancing of the existing housing over the next 3 years. Those are probably the two most likely options, but we would consult with the stakeholders.
And the third one, to be fair, that was discussed this morning was cuts to programs. So
which programs? Which programs would go first? I mean, how do you decide that?
That's what,
hard.
I think that's what Sherry's saying, is that as we engage in the stakeholder process that we go through, a lot of these details will get worked out at that point.
And quite frankly, that's why the resolution has belt and suspenders and belt again, because it references the multiple oversight bodies that would, including our own, including this body, including this board, that would have to be certainly advised, involved in making decisions about expenditures moving forward. That's pretty clear in the alternative resolution.
Plus, this has to be a part of the MHSA steering committee and the MHSA annual report process anyway.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Mr. Gill?
I would just draw your attention to my concern about the language, which would restrict any MHSA dollars spent on these new and expanded programs to only individuals who are enrolled in the City of Sacramento's Whole Person Care Pilot Program.
Well, not that we're going to just be eligibility countywide. That was stressed very early on.
That wording is a little off-putting. Maybe it can be revised.
I think it was an attempt just to identify the context of what we're trying to do, which is a city grant. So unless the mayor wants to maybe help clarify it at the podium.
And again, we will reiterate, it is a city grant, but it's to be spent throughout the county.
I think the question, if I'm hearing what Sherry's asking, is the way we were contemplating our thought process was that any kind of program that's out there countywide will be eligible for this money. I took a different interpretation of what Sherry did. Just reading this, I still was holding on to that principle. I think what Sherry's asking for clarification from the board members is that still true, or is it only for whole person care? Is the avenue to get access to this, you got to be whole person care eligible? Or if the county has its own initiatives, are those folks eligible for this money or not? That's the question.
Yeah,
So for example, I know the mayor's eager to answer the question too, but as I read the whole person care criteria, you have to not only be Medicaid eligible, but have 2 hospitalizations in the past X months, or 1 hospitalization and 2 arrests. You know, there are eligibility criteria for whole person that are more restrictive than Mental Health Services Act. I'm concerned that you don't want to pass a program where a seriously mentally ill homeless person from a community outside the city presents does not meet the criteria that the city signed up for with the federal agency in its whole person care grant, and they'd be excluded. That's my only
Again, I
concern.
think this is, we're talking about the subset of that population, one of which would be whole person care individuals.
So maybe it's maybe there's and or in here, but Mr. Mayor?
Yes, thank you. This is my interpretation. Anyone who is part of the so-called point-in-time count, who is living with a mental illness, ought to be eligible for this $44 million, regardless of whether or not they are a whole person care recipient. But the larger point, again, is that we want to do as much consolidation of approaches and programs as possible and points of entry so that we are all working on the same population. That's the whole point here. And if we can, it's this whole thing about consolidating our resources, but there's no question that you don't have to be whole person care eligible in order to benefit from this 44 million. But that sort of misses the point. We're trying to create a different kind of substantive partnership that allows us to focus on the same group of people who are represented in the point-in-time account. And if just one other thing, the resolution, I think Supervisor Cerna and Kennedy have drafted this rather artfully. It requires the staff to participate in the city's whole person care governance structure to support the design and implementation. That's another way of saying, let's work together and try to address the plight of the same population.
Which we've already committed to do.
Yeah, we're already doing, I thought we were already doing that.
That's what I'm saying. So at that part of it there is nothing different than what we've already committed to do.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay. Mr. Gill, going to turn back to you here and see if you can, we've heard from the mayor, we've heard from Ms. Heller, we've heard from our colleagues here.
I think depending on what the board's desire is, if this is a resolution, Robin and I had a discussion offline, is that if you could send this back to us, adopt it, but give us some authority to make some of these changes. The staff has questions, as you can see that we have. I think attorney has some questions too. And if this is what the board wishes to do, adopt it, give us the direction to work these things out. Robin, you want to weigh in?
Robin? Council?
I would just ask for some time to smooth over some legal issues regarding governance, ownership, liability. So small language tweaks might make it a little better for the county's participation.
Okay, so we can potentially adopt a framework here today with, a good deal of specifics attached to it, certainly some dollar amounts and direction, but you'd want to go and refine that? Is that what you're saying?
Can I just add one thing?
Yeah, I'm going to assume, yeah.
I just want to ask if we could add, because we've always operated under with the idea that we're not going to create a plan that requires a backfill from general fund in the event that plan becomes unfunded or short. Can we include wording in this that general fund is with the idea that this is not going to, that's not going to be part of the funding associated with this?
The board can give us that direction, absolutely.
Okay. All right. With that,
so if I could just understand, I realize Mr. Stern is next, but I just want to make sure I understood what this language workout is, and it's really, is it looking at the grant language to make sure that the county, unincorporated counties and the other incorporated cities are eligible to have their services paid for in this?
Can I give an example?
We might all agree here, but does that work with the language of the grant?
Sure. The other is I think between the city attorney and the county council, we would like the county to not encumber the city's audit
Isn't that, I thought
component?
that was plain.
All right, so let me give an example that Rob and I spoke of that I think is a legitimate issue, but it's totally workable and within the framework of what the intent of this resolution is not changed. As an example, establish a whole person care implementation committee. We all agree that, well, at least I'll say, Supervisor Cerna and I agree that that's an important component, and it also, I think, addresses some of the issues that those that are concerned about this only being a City of Sacramento, County of Sacramento thing. It addresses that. However, she makes a good point in that this has the county establishing the Whole Person Care Implementation Committee when it's technically not our grant. So it's really not appropriate for us to establish what we would, but we could easily rework those, just a couple of words to say that, work with the city, right, on their committee and, that type of thing. So that's one instance.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't think that in any way flies in the face of what the intent of this resolution is.
All right.
I think the guidance that we would seek is that if this is the resolution the board wants to adopt, we have a framework in front of us. What we need to know is the dollar amount. And I think you have some of these bullet points that Supervisor Kennedy said, give us the authority to work out the language to fix words or whatever we need to get it done to make this resolution operational.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Well stated. Okay. Mr. Cerna, Mr. Kennedy, and Ms. Peters.
Okay. So I'm prepared to move the resolution. That was the intent. Supervisor Kennedy, the mayor, and myself, and very capable consultants spent a good amount of time being very, very thoughtful about the language here. Of course, everything can be refined over and over again, but what I'm not interested in doing today is punting. That is absolutely not an option for me. So if our CEO, one of my colleagues, maybe two of my colleagues, and our county council are just feeling too uncomfortable with the language, what I do want to affirm, and I want to affirm it formally, and I want it based as a vote today, hopefully, up or down, is I think the CEO mentioned it, the funding amount, the commitment, the part that is probably most critical here is both the amount that we would fund in terms of the complement to whole person care in those first 3 years, the life of the grant, the $44 million, and certainly the ongoing commitment of funding to sustain the efficacy of the grant past the grant's life. I think Supervisor Kennedy makes a very good point about the wording for bullet point number 4 in terms of which party is establishing what committee. That's fine. If we want to, smooth over things like that's fine. But I do think today this board finally needs to make a formal commitment, up or down, about the resource that's in question, the resources. So I'm prepared to move the alternative resolution with the intent to have our county council, the city's attorney, our CEO, work together to smooth some of the less substantive language, quite frankly, that does not redefine, reassign, otherwise affect the commitment of the $44 million or the $4 million per year in years 4 in perpetuity. And I would look for a second.
I second.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and we still have supervisors that wish to speak, and so don't put the vote up yet. We're not ready for that yet. We will come back in a minute. Thanks. Okay, anything else, Supervisor Cerna? If not, I'm going to Supervisor Kennedy, Supervisor Peters, and Supervisor Frost.
I would just add, Mr. Chair, I appreciate the indulgence of my colleagues today. I know this it hasn't been easy, and perhaps it won't be an easy vote for some on here. But to me, given the amount of time and thought that I know that my colleague Supervisor Kennedy and I have put into this, working with the mayor, and certainly carrying out our fiduciary responsibility to consider the fact that we represent districts, yes, that overlap with the city of Sacramento, but we also are part of a governing body that represents a much broader geography that includes unincorporated areas, and that's why we made every effort we could to recognize that, so that there is less or the minimal concern by some on this board, and I suspect we'll hear some later, about this being quote unquote too city centric. I agree with the mayor wholeheartedly that it's the time to act is now. In fact, we had a little running a bet about a certain metaphor about doing something and getting off the pot. The time is now to do that because, quite frankly, we've spent months on this, and the challenge is not getting any easier. We heard the death report numbers again today. We and our constituents see what we see and feel the way we do every day about both the human toll of homelessness as well as the social toll. So I'm not interested at all in punting and kicking this can down the road a single day longer. I'm looking for a commitment by this board and by this county today. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Okay, Mr. Kennedy.
I just want to say that I wholeheartedly concur with Supervisor Cerna's comments. I do think that we all know the dire circumstances that this community is facing every day. We don't have time to continue this. We need to act fast. We need to act now, but not recklessly. And a great deal of thought and deliberation has gone into this alternative approach. Sometimes some heated discussion, but always polite. And I think that the imperative is on us as policymakers and as a county to better utilize the resources that we actually do have today, rather than put off what needs to be done in the future. So I hope you'll seriously consider taking this, what I think is a historic step toward solving a problem that is vexing us all.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Kennedy. Ms. Peters.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate that a lot of work has gone into it, but of course, because of the Brown Act, only 2 people from our board were able to participate in those discussions. So some of us are just learning about it today at a level of detail, and I appreciate the need for speed. But I think in order to get a consensus from the board, it's important to flesh out all the questions and get the answers so that there's a comfort level in going forward. So I still have a few questions. And you may have answered some of this before, but I want to know where the stakeholders fit in, the mental health committee. There's a new committee called here, so how is all that going to work? Does someone know?
The law requires that any amendment to the Mental Health Services Act plan and its current spending requires deliberations by the Mental Health Services Act Steering Committee, also sometimes referred to as the MHSA Stakeholders Group. We have a strong history of that group interacting with staff and teaching back and forth and coming up with a plan. Then a revision to the plan, or alternatively a new plan, needs to be posted publicly, and then there needs to be a public hearing held by the Mental Health Board, at which point the revised plan comes back to this Board of Supervisors for final adoption. Generally, what happens is that if a budget amendment is required, it's consistent with that plan. Generally, the revision doesn't take place you don't have to move money that fast, and so it would be incorporated in the budget process for next fiscal year.
Okay, so after today, the attorneys are going to polish up the language, and then you're going to take it to the Mental Health Board. And they're going to have, pardon?
The Stakeholder Steering Committee first, then the Mental Health Board.
So they're going to have a hearing, at which time they may offer suggestions. And then it comes back to us at the Board of Supervisors to approve it, and then it goes into the budget. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm fine with that. I wanted to be clear on the language of our current homeless initiatives, which we passed in June. Does anything we're doing affect those in a negative way?
Paul? No, supervisors. There's no negative impact to our community initiatives from this.
Okay, so I just wanted to get that on the record.
I think Supervisor Peters, the main point in that one is the way this is written is what's created the confusion. I think we're working that through, is that anybody is eligible. As mayor, so anybody at a point of time, and I think the staff's concerns always been was that that definition is much broader. Whole person care narrows it down. We're not taking a narrow definition. We're taking a broader definition. So that encompasses our plans, whole person care, and anything else that's happening in the county.
Okay, thank you. I just want to get that on the record. And so then there would not be any effect to current service contracts to the nonprofits that are engaged by your department, Mr. Lake?
You can get ready for a boost.
It appears to me that it would not affect existing services or contracts in the current fiscal year. There might be an effect in the subsequent fiscal year, and the Mental Health Services Act Steering Committee and the public process, the Mental Health Board will flesh that out.
Okay.
And make it crystal clear what those effects are.
And that has to do with us using some of the money that's in the unspent category in the future to deal with this, and depending on what the state budgets are, state and federal budgets are in several years down the road, it could affect possibly a contract.
Correct, and it could affect this coming year our ability to sustain other programs such as the navigators in the emergency rooms, but not during the current fiscal year.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, good questions. Okay, Supervisor Frost.
And then I just wanted to reiterate that I'm hoping that my colleagues will consider putting wording in there to protect general funds, and with the idea of this is going to be reviewed annually anyway, and we're going to determine what is needed on an annual basis, because you can't put it all to work all at once. Can we include that in your
Any thoughts?
Motion?
I'm not interested. I think it's pretty clear as is. This is the universe that we're talking about is Mental Health Services Act funding. I don't know how more clear it can be.
So you are not?
And since we have to revisit it anyway annually, I don't see what the point is.
So no, I'm not
So
interested.
it's not with the idea, though, that this is funded by general fund?
No, that is not.
And it is going to be reviewed annually?
In fact, multiple times by multiple advisory bodies and decision-making bodies, yes.
Okay, and I also want to just add, this is not about punting. It's simply that I believe in our homeless initiatives, and I'm excited about them and don't want to do anything to jeopardize what we've worked so hard on. So I just wanted everyone to be aware of that.
Very good.
So thank you.
Thanks. Okay, it's all comments from my colleagues, and we do have a motion in a second. I just want to comment very briefly that I think with all the good work that's been presented today, certainly by our staff, by our committee of our colleagues, working obviously with the mayor and others from the city. There is, again, I think part of the questions that have come out here, they're a bit of a disadvantage for, again, adhering to the Brown Act, which I think we all certainly do and pay very close attention to, so that we don't have serial conversations or discussions. At the end, we put trust and faith in our fellow members to go forward and to certainly represent the interests of the county, but also work in the spirit of collaboration and cooperation with whether it's the City of Sacramento or other city partners, depending upon the delegated and assigned task. And so I think that's, again, in fairness to certainly some of the questions that come forward, I think are very real, and I think ones where, again, for those of us that had access to it last night, got it. Some of us got it as late as this morning, and again, to reflect on what's in here and the direction to be given is not unimportant. Obviously, been stressed by our speakers. I want to thank the folks that have stayed with us all morning and now through a good portion of the afternoon on this, because again, that input is very, very important. And I think the emphasis, and I want to thank Dr. Heller and certainly Uma and others for. Again, they've been saying very clearly, I would just say to the stakeholders, again, who are real people and you represent organizations, but certainly I think the interests of folks who may have been very deeply impacted by challenges of mental illness, either within their family framework, certainly within their own personal selves. And I think that is clear. I mean, whether it was in the legislation or not, this county has, in good faith, I think, continued to respect that and reflect upon it and take that very seriously. And I think that as we go forward with any resolution today, and I think it's been said by some of my colleagues, but I wanted to reemphasize, I think that's very important. And again, I appreciate that our staff takes that seriously and that we're going to, as a part of this, assuming this is approved, that direct that back. And I think, again, the Mental Health Board, the Mental Health Steering Committee, and obviously working with the city as this, I think, assumes that with another committee structure of some sort. So I would just say that I'm prepared to support the resolution here today as it's been outlined. I think with some of the questions that have been addressed, I think they fill in some of the holes. And again, I can imagine that from a staff perspective, there's probably still any number of questions, but I have faith that council and our CEO and certainly our Dr. Heller and others can work very closely with the city staff in working through those with our committee representatives as well. So I would just note too, lastly, that I think that the whole issue of housing, we've talked about that many different times. We'll continue to talk about that. But I would want to reflect just one, I think, very salient point that's been emphasized by many folks here, is that we can have X million dollars available to help folks get steered in the right direction and make those contacts. We can get them into services and to have good treatment regimes that allow them different pathways to hopefully better health and better situations for them and their families. But if we don't have a place once the treatment is completed, whatever that may engender, and they would go back, particularly those in the homeless segment of this population, then we really are going to have a difficulty. We're going to be and this was reiterated with me yesterday, we're going to be spinning and spinning and spinning, and it'll spend a lot of, while folks are waiting to basically exit that. And I think that's going to be incumbent upon all of us. Certainly this county has a role in it, but working with our city partners in the cities, not just the city of Sacramento, that's going to be something that's a much bigger issue than what we're talking about here today, but it's very relevant and it's very connected to that. And lastly, I would just say that it's important, I think, this emphasis on availability countywide. We represent certainly the city of Sacramento, its residents, and obviously whoever may be homeless within the boundaries of the city. But we have 6 other cities, and we have a large unincorporated area that includes both urban and suburban communities as well as rural areas, and homelessness really knows no bounds. It's not just about people without housing, though. It's about folks with addictions, with mental illness, and with other challenges. And so I think, it's, again, as this county has for generations, we'll continue to be one of the providers of both first and last resort, and we'll do our best to as a partner, obviously, with this additional pot of money and with the city's commitment, the city of Sacramento's commitment to continue to provide services to the people of this county, all 1.5 million of them, in my thinking anyway. So with that, then, I will bring the question back to us. We have a motion and a second. If we want to maybe just get a quick restatement, Madam Clerk, so it's understood what's being voted on here, so because there were a couple of comments in addition to that. So, okay, Flo, turn it to you. You want to go ahead and state what you have for the record as far as the resolution?
Oh, I'm
direction.
sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I didn't realize you were asking.
We're going to vote on in just a second, so everybody goes away with a clear
understanding. I understand that we're voting on the alternate resolution that was presented by Supervisor Cerna.
And Supervisor Kennedy.
And Supervisor Kennedy,
right.
I'm sorry.
Right. And but there's some direction that comes out of that. Is that, I think we need to make sure it's clear about what,
I just want to restate the direction is to authorize the county executive and county council to work with the city attorney to make sure that the language in here is very clear about our stated intent. If we need to, we'll come back to both Supervisor Kennedy and Supervisor Cerna if we need major changes, which we're not contemplating. The framework that you are doing is the framework that's in here, and it's more of a language issue. The dollar amounts are fixed in here, and it's just a matter of language and definition that we have.
Correct. And as a matter of courtesy, I think both Supervisor Kennedy and myself would like to see that if there's going to be any iterative exchange between your office and county councils, we'd like to kind of see how the language is coming along.
And once we are done with that, if I could just add one more component, we will file that with all board members, so everybody has
Absolutely,
the same
all board
resolution.
members, because again, there's a little bit of disadvantage, again, with faith and trust in our colleagues, but there's three of us who aren't necessarily privy to all that, so it needs to be clearly understood, so, okay. All right, everybody comfortable with what we're voting on then? Okay, if nothing further, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
You have it. Okay. All right. We do have some off-agenda folks, and I want to take that before we break for what won't be a late lunch, maybe dinner by the time we get there. But so, in respecting the folks that have been patient, so if you could please exit quietly. We're going to stay in session and take our off-agenda speakers, and then we're going to break for the remaining portion of the agenda. So I had a number of folks that in and out this morning. Please exit quietly, please. We're still in session. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And there are a number of folks here off agenda, similar topics. I don't know how many folks have remained. And I know that I could call some folks. What I would do, because I think they're most along the same subject, typically we would allow a maximum 15 minutes for a group of folks to speak on a non-agenda item. So I don't know, if Tanya, you're still here, if you want to maybe come forward and indicate how folks want to speak in a group or individually, because I had probably 20 speakers, and I think some of those folks have had to leave. They've indicated that. So, but I would allocate 15 minutes for the group if somebody wanted to act as a spokesperson. And so I'd invite Tanya. She didn't say she wanted to be first to speak, but if you want to all come down together, and I'll just put some time up on the board. Kind of want to work with you on allowing time to present here. Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience.
Good afternoon. Tanya did have to leave, and
Okay.
so there are a group of us who are still here.
Okay.
My name is Sonia Lewis. I would like to say, prefacing the topic that we want to speak on, 30 years ago, the crack epidemic ravaged many black communities and families throughout this country, contributing to the homelessness that we are now facing, that you guys just voted on a resolution. We don't want to look back 30 years from now and wish we had not ignored this important issue. Real partnership involves the voice of the people. Having an oversight commission will help today's topic of unhoused populations and services, allowing for accountability and transparency. When Black Lives Matter, we, meaning you, all lives will matter and we will win. Let me repeat that. When Black Lives Matter, all of us win. Again, my name is Sonia Lewis, and I'm a resident of Sacramento community. Despite every single effort, Scott Jones and the Sacramento Sheriff's Department has refused to provide the community with the documentation, any documentation. When impacted communities have the power of oversight, it ensures transparency and accountability. The Sacramento Sheriff's Department currently is the only oversight to the Sacramento Sheriff's Department. Isn't that an oxymoron? As the Board of Supervisors, we need you to create an oversight commission that has the following criteria and power. We demand for a community-led commission as oversight of the Sacramento Sheriff's Department. This commission should have the power to investigate police misconduct, police-involved shooting, and in-custody deaths, and then have the ability to share the results of their investigations with the greater community. This commission should have the power to discipline and enforce violations. This commission should have subpoena power. This commission should have the power to develop and change the Sacramento Sheriff's Department's use of force policy. This commission should have the power to share data information and updates with the community, including footage and reports from incidences. This commission should have community-nominated and elected members only, with at least 2 members having been impacted by police brutality. This commission's members should have absolutely no connection to law enforcement. And finally, this commission's members should be paid, and the commission should be given the budget to do the work it has been given the power to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. Next.
Hello, my name is Fung Lei, and I'm a resident of Sacramento community. Despite every single effort, Scott Jones and Sacramento Sheriff's Department have refused to provide the community with any documentation. When impacted communities have the power of oversight, it ensures transparency and accountability. The Sheriff's Department currently is the only oversight of the Sheriff's Department. Oversight to the Sheriff Department. As the Board of Supervisors, we need you to create an oversight commission that has the following criteria. We demand for the community-led commission as oversight to the Sacramento Sheriff Department. This commission should have the power to investigate police misconduct, police-involved shootings, and in-custody deaths, and then have the ability to share the results of the investigation with the greater community. This commission should have the power to discipline and enforce violations. This commission should have subpoena power. This commission should have the power to develop and change Sacramento Sheriff's Department's use of force policy. This commission should have the power to share data, information, and updates with the community, including footage and results from incidents. This commission should have the community-nominated elected members only, and at least 2 members having been impacted by police brutality. This commission's members should have absolutely no connection to law enforcement. This commission's members should be paid, and the commission should be given a budget to do the work that it has been given the power to do. I, as a community member, feel very much impacted by police brutality. Just as any member, any person sitting up there, you should feel that impact.
Thank you, Fung. Okay, next.
Hello, my name is Sarah Morris, and I'm a resident of Sacramento community. Despite every single effort, Scott Jones and the Sacramento Sheriff's Department have refused to provide the community with any documentation. When impacted communities have the power of oversight, it ensures transparency and accountability. The Sheriff Department currently is the only oversight to the Sheriff Department. That's a joke. As the Board of Supervisors, we need you to create an oversight commission that has the following criteria. We demand for a community-led commission as oversight of the Sacramento Sheriff's Department. This commission should have the power to investigate police misconduct, police-involved shootings, and in-custody deaths, and then have the ability to share the results of their investigation with the greater community. This commission should have the power to discipline and enforce violations. This commission should have subpoena power. This commission should have the power to develop and change the Sacramento Sheriff's Department's use of force policy. This commission should have the power to share data, information, and updates with the community, including footage and reports from incidents. This commission should have community-nominated and elected members only, with at least 2 members having been impacted by police brutality. This commission's members should have absolutely no connections to law enforcement. This commission's members should be paid, and the commission should be given a budget to do the work it has been given the power to do.
Thank you, Sarah. Next.
Hi, my name is Adrian. I'm a resident of Sac County, and I'm also a member of the Sacramento chapter of Black Lives Matter.
Hi, Adrian.
We're here today because Scott Jones and the Sacramento Sheriff's Department have refused to provide the community with any documentation. When impacted communities have the power of oversight, it ensures transparency and accountability. The Sheriff Department currently is the only oversight to the Sheriff Department. That's crazy. As the Board of Supervisors, we need you to create an oversight commission that has the following criteria. We demand for a community-led commission as oversight of the Sacramento Sheriff's Department. This commission should have the power to investigate police misconduct, police-involved shootings, and in-custody deaths. And then we should have the ability to share the results of these investigations with the greater community. This commission should have the power to discipline and enforce these violations. We should have subpoena power. This commission should also have the power to develop and change the Sacramento Sheriff's Department's use of force policy. In addition to that, this commission should have the power to share data, information, and updates with the community, including footage and reports from said incidents. This commission should also have community-nominated and elected members only, with at least 2 of these members having been directly impacted by police brutality. In addition to that, this commission's members should have absolutely no connections to law enforcement. Super emphasis on that, no connections to law enforcement. The commission's members should be paid, and the commission should be given a budget to do the work it has been given the power to do.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Rhonda Okonkwo, and I'm from Black Lives Matter Sacramento.
Hi, Rhonda.
And I am a resident of Sacramento community. Despite every single effort, Scott Jones and the Sacramento Sheriff's Department have refused to provide the community with any documentation. When impacted communities have the power of oversight and ensures transparency and accountability. The Sheriff Department currently is the only oversight to the Sheriff Department. This needs to change. Again, I say this needs to change. As the Board of Supervisors, we need you guys to create an oversight commission that has the following criteria. We demand for a community-led commission as oversight of the Sacramento Sheriff's Department. This commission should have the power to investigate police misconduct, police-involved shootings, and in-custody deaths, and then have the ability to share the results of their investigations with the greater community. This commission should have the power to discipline and enforce violations. This commission should have subpoena power. This commission should have the power to develop and change the Sacramento Sheriff's Department's use of force policy. This commission should have the power to share data, information, and updates with the community, including footage and reports from incidents. This commission should have community-nominated and elected members only, our people, our community, with at least 2 members having been impacted by police brutality. This commission's members should have absolutely no connections to law enforcement whatsoever. This commission's members should be paid, and the commission should be given a budget to do the work it has been given the power to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda. Next. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Alan Ash. I'm co-chair of the Sacramento area chapter of the ACLU. I don't care if you remember my name. Remember the names Adrian Ludd. Remember Ryan Ellis. Remember Michael McIntyre. Their stories and many others raise questions about sheriff deputies' use of force that our sheriff refuses to answer, even though he has the discretion to let their loved ones know what happened. Fighting that lack of police accountability goes to a core purpose of the ACLU, keeping government power accountable, transparent, and under the control of the people. While this county board formed the Sheriff's Outreach Community Advisory Board back in 2007, the purpose and powers of that body have nothing to do with accountability and transparency, and that's what Sacramento County needs. That's why the local ACLU chapter board voted unanimously to join this group here today and endorse their demands for police accountability and transparency. That's why the thousands and thousands of ACLU members in Sacramento County that I represent, who are your constituents, are asking that this board at least place police oversight on your agenda in the future. Let members of the public tell you about their frustrations getting answers, information, or almost anything from the sheriff's office when the sheriff uses force on them or their loved ones. Do some investigation into how oversight can work. Look at how the LA County Board exercised its power last year to create the County of Los Angeles Civilian Oversight Commission for their sheriff. Look at how voters in San Diego County created its Citizen Law Enforcement Review Board by charter amendment in 1990 for their sheriff. Most importantly, though, police accountability and transparency promote public safety. When policing takes place in the sunlight under community control, the quality of policing increases. When everyone can trust and cooperate with law enforcement, we're all safer. And that's the kind of safety that's not just for the privileged, but for every member of our community.
Thank you, Alan. Good afternoon.
Hello, my name is Angelita Neal. I am also a member of Black Lives Matter and a resident of Sacramento's community. Despite every single effort Scott Jones and the Sacramento Sheriff Department have refused to provide the community with any documentation, which further creates a divide between the law enforcement and the community. When impacted communities have the power of oversight, it ensures transparency and accountability. The Sheriff Department currently is the only oversight for the Sheriff Department. As the Board of Supervisors, we need you to create an oversight commission that has the following criteria. We demand for a community-led commission as oversight of the Sacramento Sheriff's Department. This commission should have the power to investigate police misconduct, police-involved shootings, in-custody deaths, and the ability to share the results of their investigations with the greater community. This commission should have the power to discipline and enforce violations. This commission should have subpoena power. This commission should have the power to develop and change the Sacramento Sheriff's Department's use of force policy. The commission should have the power to share data, information, and updates with the community, including footage and reports from incidents. This commission should have community-nominated and elected members only, with at least 2 members who have been impacted by the police brutality. This commission's members should have absolutely no connections to law enforcement. This commission's member should be paid, and the commission should be given the budget to do the work it has been given the power to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name's Brazy. That's all I'm gonna say about my name and stuff. You know, I just want to say that it makes me a little nervous to be in here talking to all of you and a little anxious because I feel like when people speak out, especially people that look like me, oppressed people of the communities of Sacramento County, you know, fear of retaliation or assassination, jail time, prison time. But once again, my name's Brazy. I represent Charge the Castle organization. We support Sacramento Black Lives Matter, and I'm a resident of Sacramento County. Despite every single effort, Scott Jones and the Sacramento Sheriff's Department have refused to provide the community with any documentation. When impacted communities have the power of oversight and ensures transparency and accountability, the Sheriff Department currently is the only oversight to the Sheriff Department. That's hilarious. As the Board of Supervisors, we need you to create an oversight commission that has the following criteria. We demand for a community-led commission as oversight of the Sacramento Sheriff's Department. This commission should have the power to investigate police misconduct, police-involved shootings, and in-custody deaths, and then have the ability to share the results of their investigations with the greater community. This commission should have the power to discipline sheriff's deputies. This commission should have subpoena power. This commission should have the power to develop and change the Sacramento Sheriff's Department use of force policy. This commission should have the power to share data, information, and updates with the community, including footage and reports from its incidents. This commission should have community-nominated and elected members only, with at least 2 members having been impacted by police brutality. This commission's members should have absolutely no connections to law enforcement, period. This commission's members should be paid, and the commission should be given a budget to do the work it has been given the power to do. And this should be highly considered, because any deaths that happen are on you.
Okay, thank you, Bradley. Okay, we got one other speaker. Again, it's certainly in deference to let the last lady speak. So, yeah.
My name is Rebecca Sherrod.
Hi, Rebecca.
I am a resident of the Sacramento community. I'm also a taxpayer. And my tax dollars, which I think of as an investment in the public good, are certainly not being used to ensure a sufficient level of quality control in law enforcement. In my household, this is a definition of a bad investment. I'm a member of Black Lives Matter, and I want to say Black Lives Matter, no compromise.
Thank you, Rebecca.
And as we wrap up, thank you for giving us this 15 minutes. As we wrap up, people couldn't stay till this afternoon for work obligations and the such, but the NAACP is on board with this initiative. Women Take Back the Night is on board with this initiative. Women United are on board with this initiative. Brown Berets are on board with this initiative. ACLU is on board with this initiative. So many other organizations here in Sacramento find this to be an atrocity that Scott Jones and the Sheriff's Department continues to take advantage of disenfranchised and vulnerable populations in this community with no oversight. We want transparency and accountability. We would like for you to put it on your agenda so that we can address it in more detail. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sonia. Well, thanks to all of you for being here today, and again for speaking your piece. And we've so noted, and again, we appreciate the request. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. I had one other off agenda. Is it Nico St. Elmore or Nikos Talmore? All right. If not, then that it looks like concludes our morning session, and it's now 3:15, so we will return at 4 o'clock or 3. You want a half hour or 45 minutes?
I could just keep going now, but I don't know.
I'm not going to.
No. Okay. So we're gonna come back in at 4 o'clock. So.